Slow Dancing in a Black Storm by Tana Jenkins. Copyright Tana Jenkins. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. Mila. Mila St. James licked her lips, determined to spit fire and slay. Like Marshall Mathers in the movie 8 Mile, minus the soundtrack or shell toes. All rise for the Honorable Garver Green, the bailiff, tall, lean, and with a head of neatly braided cornrows, called out to the packed courtroom as a stout, nut-brown man in black robes strode from his chambers. The chattering voices of what sounded like half the island immediately fell silent. Everyone rose to their feet, reminiscent of an ocean wave cresting, with Mila being the quickest peak. She inhaled a lungful of air, stale and wet, smelling faintly of mildew, as the judge, eyeing no one and everyone at once, took his seat on the high wooden bench. "Good mornin'," he greeted in his rich Caribbean accent. "Good morning," she and opposing counsel repeated. "Please be seated," he ordered. Behind her, hard-soled shoes scuffed the wooden floor, and freshly ironed fabric rustled over benches as the audience sat. However, she and opposing counsel remained on their feet, awaiting further instruction. And as she stood there, painfully aware of the 100+ eyes boring into her back like tiny daggers, Mila fixed her gaze on the man with the power to make or break her career. Every step, from her birth in Detroit, to high school in the small town in northern Michigan, and law school and practice in New York, had led her to this moment, the biggest argument on the biggest case of her life in her new job as an assistant attorney general in St. Croix. This was the moment of truth. Did she have the chops to come through as a trial attorney for one of the most prestigious offices in the country? She smoothed her pencil skirt and readied the pointed toes of her stilettos. Her gaze flicked from the judge to the mic on the podium in the center of the room. The judge cleared his throat. "I've read the briefs of both parties." And like a track star off a block, she stepped forward, sure-footed and calm, until the piercing crack of the gavel nearly made her wobble in her heels. "I'll hear from the defendant," the judge bellowed. She froze mid-stride. "Counsel, I believe that would be me." Her adversary shot in front of her. The sneer on his face matched his personality, and the corners of his eyes crinkled into a smirk. "What the—" She blinked twice and dragged her confused gaze from Attorney Reed to Judge Green. They were both looking at her like she'd done something wrong. But this wasn't common practice. Typically, the first person to address the court would be her. "Your Honor, Attorney St. James, did you not hear my bailiff when he announced whose courtroom this is?" The judge scowled. "My courtroom, my rules. I will hear from Attorney Reed." "Very well, Your Honor," she said. Back at counsel table, she wilted into her seat and tried to steady herself with another sharp inhale. It just made her nostrils twitch. She sighed. The hearing was off to a rotten start. She should have known the moldy odor was a sign. Bowing her head, she half wished she'd worn her long curls down to conceal the humiliating blush surely coloring her bronze skin. But wait. Hadn't Eminem been totally flattened in the first round, too? Her glance skipped to the folder containing months of research she'd surgically refined into a few pointed arguments. What was Big Mama's old saying? Even the sun goes down once a day. If 6 years of practice had taught her anything, it was not to let one bump on the chin knock her into self-doubt. She straightened her spine, and readying for round 2, she studied the back of opposing counsel. An older man with shoulders stooped deferentially before the judge. He simultaneously managed to give off both the vibe of the terrified hen and the stalking fox. Mila wouldn't have trusted him if he told her hell was hot, but the judge looked entranced. That was all right. She ran the tips of her fingers across the folder. She had a little something-something of her own to break any spell the snake oil salesman cast. "Your Honor, the eminent domain proceedings brought by the government are nothing more than a thinly veiled land grab meant to enrich a few at the expense of many." Reed carried on in this exaggerated vein for another 20 minutes, until his inflammatory claims practically heated the room's air to a boil. "So you see—" He paused, opening his hands wide, then clapping them together with dramatic flourish. There is no legal basis for the government to steal this land from the good people of the Virgin Islands in order to, of all things, turn more of our paradise into a garbage heap. His tonal emphasis on the words garbage heap contained more stink than the words themselves, and he underscored it by slamming his small fists on the metal podium, sending a loud, tinny thud reverberating throughout the room. A few members of the audience actually applauded and cheered. Mila twitched, hard, lips, toes, and all 10 fingers. It took borrowed willpower power not to jump up like a jack-in-the-box, but they weren't before the jury, and counsel was free to hyperbolize. She'd have her shot. Then Reed would be the one squirming. "All right, simmer down, folks," the judge called. His tone was far softer than it had been when he'd stopped her in her tracks at the start of the proceedings. Her heart thrummed. Sympathy for the property owners was understandable, to a point. Nobody liked the idea of taking land to use it for landfill. But on an island, options were limited. Surely reasonable people would prefer a landfill to the alternative of dumping waste into the ocean. They had to see that the Attorney General's position was in the best interests of every man, woman, and child in the territory. At least she hoped they did, because her new supervisor was pretty clear that losing this case wasn't an option. Mila clasped her hands so tight the skin on her knuckles pinched as she waited for the courtroom to quiet, and the judge to allow her to respond. "Thank you, Attorney Reed," Judge Green said, at last, adjusting his robes as if he were preparing to stand. "I believe I've heard everything that I need to hear from the parties. I'll be issuing a written opinion in the coming weeks." Everything? Say what? Surely she'd misheard. Mila leapt up. "Your Honor, counsel for the government would like to be heard." The judge's dark, bushy eyebrows pinched. His eyes rounded and his gaze shifted from Mila to his bailiff. The two men seemed to reach an unspoken understanding. The bailiff straightened his already rod-like back, making the tall man appear 4 inches higher. The judge raised his gavel and brought it crashing down on the lectern. "Perhaps it's the accent. I hear ours are different, so I will repeat myself for the benefit of Attorney St. James." Mila didn't catch much more of what the judge said, because laughter erupting from each one of the seats behind her filled her ears. But she was pretty darn sure it wasn't anything along the lines of, "Your brief was so amazing, you can kick back and relax." No, she'd been dissed and dismissed. The skin between her shoulder blades itched and burned as the daggered looks she'd imagined earlier resurrected with fresh points, smugly relishing her defeat. That's what she got for pumping herself up with rap battle thoughts. Maybe she should have listened to the album instead. If only music was her thing. Should she shout to the judge to reconsider? Challenge the inequity of refusing her an opportunity to speak? Pound on the table and take what he wasn't willing to give? The theatrics had clearly served Reed well. But seconds after the judge's lips stopped moving, he rose and exited the courtroom, leaving Mila to silently fume over her missed opportunity. She shook her head. The whole reason she went into law was because of the predictability, the decorum, the civilized and methodical way life's most challenging problems were dismantled with logic and reason. Grabbing her notes from the table, she let out a long, angry sigh. If they thought they'd silence her that easily, they had another thing coming. The game wasn't over yet. She refused to let weeks of hard work go to waste. She would march back to the office and type up a supplemental brief for today's hearing. A cell phone thrust 2 inches from her bottom lip jolted Mila out of her comeback strategy. Her gaze shot from the bright red polish on the nails holding the phone to the plastic lanyard around a busty woman's neck. Press was printed in large block letters. Even without the badge, the hungry glint in the woman's eyes screamed, "Reporter." "The judge didn't give you a chance to speak. Would you care to say anything to the readers of the Island Times?" The reporter purred like a lion getting ready to pounce. "No comment," Mila said, scooping up her briefcase and heading through the crowd of steely-eyed people between her and the door. In truth, her jaw ached from struggling to keep her mouth shut. Fortunately, the room was so full. No one could hear that she was actually stomping in her stilettos. She would have loved to recite each and every one of her cleverly crafted arguments to the reporter, but she was under strict orders not to talk to the press. It wasn't like her office would have to hire Sherlock Holmes to know who said something if there was a leak. Thank God she was the only one from the office who'd come today. If there was a silver lining, it was the fact that no coworkers were there to witness her disgrace. That was one of the main reasons she preferred to fly solo in life. Win, lose, or draw, she alone bore witness. Usually. It's not like you could have run out of words in the courtroom, the reporter needled from behind. I'm sure you could spare us one or two. No comment, Mila repeated as she shot her a quick, pointed glance. Really? The woman dropped her thin veneer of politeness and sucked her teeth. The people have a right to hear from their government. This reporter was a persistent one. Mila got the fact that Essis was just doing her job, and she was all for freedom of the press, but respect was a two-way street. Unless you and the Department of Justice think you're above answering to the people, this latest land grab would definitely seem to suggest so, the reporter said. All right, she'd had enough. This woman needed to move on. Yesterday. Mila pushed open the courtroom doors, turning back to the reporter as she did. Like I said. If it wasn't warm, moving, and covered in what felt like silk, Mila would have sworn she'd run straight into a brick wall. Excuse me, came a man's surprised voice. She looked up, and the breath rushed from her body as she took in the most gorgeous person she'd ever seen. With her hands resting on his massive chest, she could feel his heart thudding lightly beneath the fingertips of her right hand. Their chins only inches away from each other. She inhaled the tangy scent of his cologne, a heady combination of citrus, sandalwood, and ginger. It smelled sexy and fresh, just like the tall, golden-brown Latino wearing it. Excuse me, she apologized. For 2 glorious seconds, her heated embarrassment evaporated, and the world stopped as he regarded her intensely with his moss-colored eyes, bringing to mind the cool forest floor behind her grandmother's house in Michigan, where she and her sisters used to run as girls. Mila watched the strange man's beautiful green eyes take her in hungrily, then widen with a question as they landed on the briefcase at her side. Attorney St. James? The insistent reporter called out from behind her. Those 2 words made his gaze darken and his thick lashes blink, but like a truly immovable force, he remained in place. So you're the statesider come down to do the government's bidding and thief the land from the people? His deep voice, rich with notes as varied as his forefathers' lands, Africa, Spain, Borican, had such a melodic cadence that it took her a second to register the insult in his comment. Thief? Mila's jaw dropped. Not him, too. Normally she always had a comeback, but this man had knocked her for a loop, quite literally. A camera clicked, followed by a flash. Mila groaned. She didn't even need to look, having been down this road enough times to know. The journalist had snapped a photo, and only then did Mila realize that the handsome stranger's large hands still encircled her waist. She let her fingers slide from his chest. They both stepped back. Exactly what she needed. In addition to a courtroom fiasco on the biggest case of her career, she now had an unprofessional press photo, snapped by an antagonistic journalist, to commemorate her humiliation. Hopefully, the editor would chuck it. No one could possibly think that was newsworthy. Right? Chapter 2. Mila. Attorney Croix wants to see you. Immediately, said Alma, the soft-spoken receptionist with the kind smile. Mila rubbed her temples and struggled to keep the corners of her mouth from dipping into a frown. Okay. Good luck, Alma whispered. Wiping her now sweaty hands on her skirt, Mila headed toward Cross's office. Being summoned by the second-in-command was never a good thing. Had Judge Green called to complain? It wouldn't be the first time a judge had picked up the phone to bark into one of her supervisor's ears. Mila put a lot of effort into researching her positions. When she knew she was right, she didn't back down. So she had a habit of causing a stir in courtrooms, but usually she at least got an opportunity to speak before she pissed people off. She rapped her knuckles on the door frame, not daring to step inside without an invitation, though her boss's door was open. Afternoon, Attorney Croix. You wanted to see me, sir? Even after 5 months, the formality of the Caribbean required some effort. At her old office, people called each other by first names and never thought twice about plopping down in the supervisor's chair. Part of her missed that easy camaraderie. But the AG title looked a whole lot better on her resume than Richardson at law, which wasn't going to pay off her student loans until she was old enough to collect her first Social Security check. "Afternoon, Attorney St. James? Come in." She stepped onto the plush carpeting of his large office. "What can you tell me about this?" Croix turned his computer to face her. She gasped so hard she nearly fainted, vaguely aware that while the thick carpet might soften her fall, it wouldn't be enough to cushion the blow to her pride if she did lose her footing. Lord, news traveled fast on this island. Did that reporter have her article written before the hearing even started? How had she gone live with the story in the 20 minutes it had taken Mila to get from the courthouse to the office? Inching closer to the screen, she squinted. Oh no. It was even worse than she'd thought. Not only was her moment of humiliation there for all the world to see, but the editor had run it as the lead story. She groaned. Her image, mouth agape, with a kicked dog expression on her face, stared back at her from the screen. Actually, it wasn't even staring at her. Her image was staring at the show-stoppingly gorgeous man who'd hissed at her before disappearing into the crowd. When Mila didn't answer her boss's question, he continued. "Looks like you had a little run-in with the pride of the VI. Come again, sir?" Sergio Gomez. Former soccer star, turned environmental activist and royal pain in the rump. Went from kicking the football to kicking the proverbial hornet's nest every chance he gets. Man's got too much energy for his own good. He's also got quite a taste for the ladies. Not the kind of man well-suited to a woman of your ilk, if you know what I mean. A man well-suited to a woman of her ilk? Was her attraction that obvious? She peered harder at the computer. Yeah, it was. Her skin heated, and her already slick palms began to tingle. Croix removed his glasses from his face, pulled out a small blue cloth from his drawer, wiped them, then slid the wire frames back on and leveled his gaze on her. You've got a lot of promise, Mila, but when the pie's small, there are only but so many pieces to go around. You've got to play your hand very carefully. Do you follow what I'm saying? She did, and she didn't. Hearing that this Gomez guy was a player didn't surprise Mila. In her experience, good-looking men often were. And athletes? Ugh. The small-town coulda-beens were the worst, competitive with something to prove. No, thank you. But she had no interest in dating. She'd moved to the U.S. Virgin Islands office of the Department of Justice for one reason, and one reason only: to further her career. And if it wasn't a part of that plan, it wasn't a part of her life. At the same time, she didn't appreciate her boss, or anyone else for that matter, making presumptions or telling her who she could and couldn't associate with. Croix was grinning up at her, waiting for her answer. His hooded eyes reminded her of kindly Nelson Mandela. But Croix had the smile of an assassin, one that never went past his lips. Still, something of a strategist herself. She recognized that he was the key to her advancement, so she was willing to play along. Mila inhaled and smiled demurely. Of course, Attorney Croix. I completely understand. Good. He folded his hands over his belly and nodded. I hear things didn't go so well with Judge Green. Mila frowned. Was that in the article too? That's one way to put it. She pressed a finger to her eyelid, hoping the pressure might calm the pain suddenly throbbing behind it. This was not how she'd envisioned today going, and Mila prided herself on her ability to forecast her days with precision. Next time, try not to be so aggressive. Things are done differently here. What worked up in the States isn't always appropriate on our island. Do you follow what I'm saying? Mila caught her eyebrows just in time. She definitely did not understand because she hadn't come close to aggressive, but again, she smiled. Of course, Attorney Croix. Her boss glanced at his screen once more, then rested his elbows on his desk and leaned forward. Not the best picture. If I had to describe it, I'd call it the look of defeat. And I'd tell you to have a seat for a pep talk. But you look beat. I know you've spent a lot of late nights preparing for today. Why don't you take the afternoon off? This was unexpected. 5 months in, and she still had no idea if the man was coming or going. Was she being reprimanded? Or was he seriously trying to be cool? Mila's tendency was to dig in and work harder in the face of failure. Not tuck, tail, and run. Going home was the last thing she wanted to do or thought she should do if she was going to advance. Besides, she hadn't had an afternoon off in years. She wouldn't even know what to do with herself. No, that's fine. I've got plenty of other cases to work on. And if you clear your desk, there will be more waiting. Americans never tire of suing each other, even in paradise. He smiled. Didn't you just move into a new apartment? I'm guessing you haven't even had time to finish unpacking. He gave her a knowing glance. Regardless of what angle he was playing, it was true. She'd pulled today's blouse from one of several suitcases. I insist. Why live on an island if you can't enjoy it a little? He winked, and Mila's throat suddenly felt dry as beach sand. His words were more of an indirect order than a neutral suggestion. Dear Lord. She wasn't about to lose her job, was she? Driving home from the office, Mila tried not to be too discouraged by the day's events. The rolling mountains and turquoise ocean views were beautiful, which always helped. Plus, she was pretty sure her new employers wouldn't have let her leave behind a rent-stabilized apartment in New York City and move all the way across the ocean only to fire her for whatever nonsense happened in court this morning. Not that they knew anything about her previous living circumstances, but that wasn't the point. The point was, it would take more than that, right? She hoped so. Moving to paradise had pretty much cleared out her savings. The phone rang through her Bluetooth, and she smiled at her sister Sydney's name flashing across the dashboard. She pushed answer. Hey, sis, what's up? Hey, Sydney replied cheerfully. I know I was late with this month's deposit, but I wanted to let you know it's there now. And that was the real reason today couldn't be the beginning of the end of this new job. The next installment of her twin sister Zoe's medical school tuition was coming due soon. Mila and her younger sister Sydney pitched in to cover the expenses not covered by Zoe's scholarships. Mila didn't have enough money to turn back, and from what she could tell, Croix was right about the pie. Attorney jobs were limited on the island. Mila had one direction to go, and that was upward, within the ranks of the DOJ. Great. I'll go online and make the tuition payments by the end of the week, Mila said. Is everything okay? You sound stressed. Wow. Her quirky, uber-sensitive sister's perceptiveness never ceased to amaze her. She'd been trying really hard to keep her voice upbeat. Thanks for asking, Mila answered. But paradise is just as beautiful today as it was yesterday. Did everything go okay with your big hearing? Not even close. Mila sighed, grateful the warm ocean breeze coming in through her windows would carry away the sound. It was fine, she lied. As tempted as she was to talk about her defeat, she couldn't bring herself to answer honestly. After their parents died, she stepped into the role of protector. And that meant insulating her sisters as much as possible from the ugliness of the world. I see. Sydney paused, as if deciding whether to press. Well, let me know if you need a soundboard. I love you, and I don't want you to have to carry things on your own. The words tugged at Mila's heart. I know. I would tell you if there was anything to talk about. And really, there wasn't. She'd had a little setback, but hearing her sister's voice really was enough to help her rally. Okay, big sis. In the meantime, get something to eat. I'm pretty sure you've been starving yourself while working to an early grave. Ha ha, Mila said. There's nothing wrong with having a decent work ethic. Is that what you call that mile-wide competitive streak of yours? I'm worried you might be becoming a workaholic. Yep. That's on the schedule for later this week. Cute, Sydney said, laughing lightly into the phone. Tell me how you're doing, Mila asked. She much preferred listening to talking. They caught up for a few minutes until the school bell rang and Sydney said she had to get back to her students. Before hanging up, Sydney wrung a promise from Mila to get something to eat. Sydney was right. Mila had been too nervous to eat breakfast before leaving for work, and she was pretty sure that had something to do with the lovely tension headache, banding her forehead like a vice. Seeing a goat grazing in the grass by the side of the road answered the question of what to eat, which really wasn't much of a question at all. She headed to Tail in Paradise for her own vegetarian lunch. Chef Chris's lentil balls and melonade were her favorite comfort food on island. Now, stepping inside the small cafe that was a favorite with the locals, the tension in Mila's forehead began to dissipate as the smell of coconut, green peppers, onions, garlic, and thyme filled her nostrils. Coming here always felt like stepping into the womb-like warmth of Grandma's kitchen. Born in the islands, but relocated to Detroit when she was in her 20s. Big Mama had raised Mila and her sisters when their parents died in a car accident. No matter how busy her day was, Big Mama almost always whipped up a homemade meal for the family, often infusing it with her own bits of island essence.
Irie bless!
A DJ's impassioned voice crooned from a funky old boombox in the corner. Painted red, yellow, and green with a lion sticker on the tuner, the 80s relic could have once belonged to Radio Raheem himself.
Big up VI! Are my people ready for some positive vibes and clean reggae?
Definitely not. The very question triggered the memory of this morning's epic fail when she'd attempted to venture out and use something music related to hype herself. Unpopular opinion as it was, she didn't like music. Of any kind. She preferred the silence of her own mind, especially with the fickle headache she was nursing today. But everything in life had a price, she reasoned, and these lentil balls were worth it. She gave a silent thanks to her coworker and friend, Sandy, for introducing her to this spot. I swear that Rasta chef puts a special kind of magic in this dish. Mila turned in time to see an old man at a nearby table forking a lentil ball into his mouth, with a big smile. Amen. She nodded. He wasn't the first to whisper about island magic coming from the chef's kitchen, and she was tempted to believe it. Before moving to the Caribbean, she'd never met a lentil she liked. They said the salt air could change a person. Maybe it was getting to her? Nah, they were just that good. Spotting a free table between the picture of Rastafarian, Messiah, Haile Selassie, and an open window overlooking the sleepy oceanside town of Christiansted, she dropped her purse in the chair, then headed to the counter to place her order. Afternoon! A young man called out from the small kitchen area, pausing his singing along to the radio. Be with you in a minute. Thank you. As Mila waited for the singing cashier to come take her order, a sea breeze rippled through the open window. Behind the register, a dozen colorful flyers plastered to the bulletin board shimmied in the wind. She loved the fact that on the island, old-time ways of communication still prevailed, like word of mouth, the radio, and corkboards. More than one flyer announced the next jump up. Mila never attended the island's huge dance parties on the boardwalk. Like music, dancing was on her list of things she could live without. Milady, what can I get for you? The cashier asked as he picked up a pen. A cheerful young dread. His smile sparkled like a row of ocean pearls. Afternoon. Mila smiled in return. I'll take an order of lentil balls, brown rice, salad, and melonade. I'm sorry, but we just sold our last order of the lentils and melonade. He tapped the order pad beneath his pen and scrunched his nose by way of apology. No way. Are you serious? We have the barbecue tofu and curry cabbage, he offered. Mila wanted to cry. She'd spent the drive from her office fantasizing about a very specific flavor combination, and, As her grandmother would say, it was hard to change your tongue when you already fixed your mouth up to eat one thing. Not to mention, this meal was meant to be a balm for her cruddy morning. Last order of lentils and rice to go are ready, the chef called out from behind the partition. Talk about salt in the wound. Mila pursed her lips and the cashier held up his hands. Sorry, my friend, but don't be vexed with I. He glanced over Mila's shoulder. Hate to snitch, but here comes your culprit right now, he joked as he crossed back to the kitchen counter, grabbed the to-go container, and slid it into a takeout bag. The hinges on the door behind her creaked, and Mila heard the heavy footsteps of someone coming from the back room, where the owner's friends like to hang out, talk, and play dominoes. Wagwan, Ivy. I hear my order called. The man's deep melodic voice sounded vaguely familiar. Mila sighed and turned to look up at the lucky person who was going to enjoy her wished-for lunch. Her heart stopped. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You got the last order of lentils? The man looked at her with a cocky half-smile, then chuckled. Oh, these tings gonna taste that much better now. I surprise the lady who come to rob the people has good taste. His delicious accent was even thicker than it had been earlier, but Mila was pretty sure he was injecting his speech with more island patois than usual, just to emphasize the fact that he was born there, and she wasn't. She gave a pointed huff. Looks like I've got better taste than luck, running into Mr. Charming twice in one morning. Mila wished she could say the sight of him made her lose her appetite. He looked luscious, still dressed in the stylish clothes he'd worn to court. Black slacks and a coral button-up with funky floral designs on the wide, upturned cuffs and the collar's underside. But now his button-up was unbuttoned, making his muscular chest look even that much larger. And his sleeves were pushed back, revealing bulging forearms covered in tattoos. Those arms had been wrapped around her less than an hour ago. Her cheeks heated at the memory of how strong and sure they'd felt. Ugh, she could kick herself. Where was her pride? Clearly, her stomach was sending hunger signals to her brain, and something was getting lost in translation. I'd tell you to enjoy, but you already look so self-satisfied. He chuckled. Well, you really put me in my place, statesider. Mr. Charming paid the cashier and took the paper bag containing his order, pausing to lift it to his nose for a theatrical inhale. Heaven. He tossed her a saucy smile, then raised his hand and gave a two-fingered wave to the rest of the room. Bless up, everyone, he called as he swaggered out the door. Smug bastard. Mila's stomach growled, distracting her from her mental rebuff of the guy, and she shrugged her attention back to the cashier. I guess I'm taking the tofu. Chapter 3. Sergio. Sergio took the stairs from the second-floor Ital restaurant 2x2. He couldn't get away from the uppity government attorney fast enough. Same as earlier that morning, seeing her did strange things to him. Made him feel things he didn't want to feel. Normally didn't feel, no matter how attractive the woman. The thing about Mila St. James? She was more than just attractive. The way she reacted to him, keeping cool in the face of his jabs but letting the odd retort sail, let him know she was smart. And he had a weak spot for smart women. Smart, ambitious women, to be exact. Yeah. So, no matter how fast he walked, he wasn't going to be able to outpace the image of her in his mind's eye. Grunting, he tossed the lunch he'd picked up for his aunt on the passenger seat and hopped into his doorless red Jeep. As soon as he put the key in the ignition and turned the truck on, the smooth sound of congas from Tito Puente's Afro Blue punched out of the stereo straight into his heart. He kissed the gold cross hanging from his neck and glanced upward. Gracias a Dios, just what I needed. An old man lounging beneath a shaded awning on nearby steps looked up from his paper and gave the nod. Two sun-kissed women passing by in bikini tops smiled over at him, then laughed together as their hips swayed rhythmically up the sidewalk. Whistling now, Sergio put the truck in drive and took off. There was nothing like the pull of good music in the open air. It could change your mood in seconds flat, calming him, even if it didn't entirely vanquish thoughts of Mila. He turned the music down 10 minutes later as he pulled into his aunt's driveway. Grabbing the food, he headed to the front door, which was open. Tia, it's me. Venica, I'm in the back. Sergio followed his aunt's voice to the kitchen, where she was rinsing off dishes while listening to Julio Iglesias croon old-school salsa from the stovetop radio. He leaned down and kissed her plump cheek, moist from humidity. He'd bought air conditioners for every window, but still the woman insisted on using only fans. She believed the fresh ocean air was better for her lungs, even when the temperature climbed upwards of 95 degrees. Glancing at the brown bag in his hand, her face split into a huge smile. My favorite nephew. You brought me some of Chef Chris's lentils? One day I'm going to get that young man to tell me what he puts in these things. Sergio winked, and his aunt placed a pot in the countertop dish-drying rack, taking the bag from his hands. Tia, why don't you use the machine that I got you? She flapped the towel at him, bent over, and opened the dishwasher door. You see, I do use La Máquina. Sergio peered inside. Hundreds of leaves rested in the spaces meant for plates, bowls, and glasses. He scratched his head. What am I looking at? What do you think I use to season your mofongo and polo guisado, boy? Sergio rolled his eyes and laughed. You're using a brand new dishwasher to dry herbs, Tia? The oregano don't taste as rico, unless you dry it just right. Speaking of, the herbs in the Rasta's food are making my mouth water. His aunt crossed to the cupboard and pulled out 2 dishes and her homemade pepper sauce. The man fills his plates like an old Dominican grandmother. Have some, she insisted when Sergio shook his head. He'd wanted her to enjoy them all to herself, but relented when she slid the plate in front of him. The spicy fragrances made his stomach speak in tongues, and he scooted his chair closer to the table. Fine, if you insist. Of course, I insist. What's mine is yours. She untwisted the cap of her pepper sauce and poured a small puddle on the side of her plate. Since we're on the topic, the bathroom is out of commission at my place. You mind if I spend a few weeks in one of the spare apartments until I get it sorted? It'll give me a chance to hang the shutters I painted a while back. She held her fork suspended by the side of her plate, staring at him. What? Don't do that, she said. Do what? He was pretty sure he hadn't been chewing with his mouth open. She huffed and arched a brow. Act like I'm a woman from the market you have to bargain with to get what you want. Have I ever denied you anything? Quite the opposite. Sometimes he swore the tiny woman was the inspiration for that old book he'd read in kindergarten, The Giving Tree. The only thing she'd ever asked of him was that he know how much she loved him. He shrugged in apology. Point taken. Thanks, Tia. I'll go after lunch. She smiled and they continued eating, breaking up the small talk with mention of her garden, one of her favorite topics, which stretched from the front to the back of the house. When he'd swallowed the last bite, his aunt cleared her throat. Eyeing her, he noticed the serious expression had returned to her face. What's up, Tia? Looks like you've got something else on your mind? Not so much, but your mother called today. My mother? He tensed. He hadn't spoken to her in years. She'd dropped him off at his aunt's house when he was 3, saying her work demands were such that she could no longer care for him. Apparently, the reality of motherhood with a high-energy child was too much for the career-focused professor. His father had disappeared before they discovered she was pregnant, so his aunt was the only option other than foster care. Fortunately, she knew just what to do. She took him down to the community center and enrolled him in their youth soccer program. She asked about you. Said she's living back in New York now. Really? It's been over 30 years. I don't want to hear anything about the woman who abandoned me. He caught himself at the sound of his own bitterness, even though it was probably the best thing that could have happened. Gave me my 3 biggest loves. You, soccer, and this island. His aunt smiled tenderly. Mijo, you say that now, but there's something you must know. He opened his mouth to speak, and she raised her hand. No, don't interrupt me, this is important. Your mother, she's dying. A small sadness flickered then dimmed in his chest. Sergio regarded his aunt, then let his gaze slide to the window, where a bright red flamboyant tree waved on the other side. Beautiful and oblivious. Detached from human happenings. That's kind of how Sergio felt at hearing the news of the woman who birthed him. A person he couldn't remember, but whose abandonment had driven just about every choice he'd ever made in life. A psychiatrist would surely say he'd embraced soccer and driven himself to be the best, because of an inadequacy complex triggered by her rejection. His aunt reached across the table and cupped his large hands in her small ones. Something shifted and loosened in his chest as he took in the apparent contrast. The truth was, those small brown hands had held him up through some of his life's biggest challenges. Mijo, there are some times in life when we give to others because the pain of living knowing that you didn't is too much to bear. He met her tender gaze. You're saying I should call her? She pressed her lips together and squeezed his hand. I'm saying you should think about it. Chapter 4. Mila. Mila steered her Jeep onto the winding road leading to her new apartment. Dazzling turquoise ocean views took her breath away as she crept up the hill. From here, she could see the island of St. Thomas in the distance. It looked like a small giant, sleeping peacefully on its side, which actually sounded like a good idea. She could use a little nap. The truck windows were down, and as she drew nearer to the waterfront villa, the road turned to dirt. The sound of gravel crunching beneath rubber tires yielded to the hypnotic song of waves crashing against the shore, further stoking her desire for respite. She sighed and tapped the wheel. Ahead, a roof of Spanish tile poked out from the coconut palms. Her heart skipped a beat, as it always did when she caught the first glimpse of the neo-Mediterranean 4-family house. Another gem from the Ital restaurant. A for rent flyer had appeared on their corkboard 2 weeks before the short-term lease on her first apartment expired. Her grandmother would have said her steps had been guided. Pulling to a stop at the end of the driveway, Mila hopped out of her Jeep and inhaled the fresh salt air. The sea spray made the brakes squeak and the electronics groan, but each briny breath added hours to her life. Water was one of her favorite things in the world. She loved her new place and couldn't believe her luck in finding the clifftop beauty. Her own little slice of heaven. Suddenly, she was grateful to Croix for giving her the afternoon off to get settled in and relax. Maybe that's exactly what she needed in order to stop feeling so insecure about the new job. Walking toward the huge house, she surveyed the grounds of her rental. Each day, she seemed to find something new among the assortment of tropical plants. Fuchsia, orange, red, and yellow bromeliads, birds of paradise, sunny yellow, ginger Thomas, and a mango tree. They all made her heart sing. She even loved the tree bearing a strange, almost prickly green fruit she'd been nervous to try. Her gaze slid from a flower bush that had hummingbirds darting around it to the crown jewel of the small estate. The old baobab tree out back. Even though it was out back, at almost 100 feet high with a 50-foot girth, she could see it from the driveway. Its massive size and gray coloring reminded her of an enormous elephant. Mila climbed the stairs to her fully furnished apartment on the top floor. The thought of a nap became more attractive with each step, but a mental review of her to-do list ixnayed that idea. As soon as she unlocked her door, 2 cute little canine paws smacked her thighs. "Hello, fella. I'm happy to see you too. I bet you want to go outside?" She opened the door wide and stepped to the side, allowing him to pass. With a few eager licks to her hand, the little brown dog circled around her legs twice and scampered down the stairs to the yard. With outturned feet, his duck line run always made her laugh. Before moving to St. Croix, she'd never seen a dog like Rudy. But there were several roaming around the island on stubby goat legs with long torsos, possibly crosses between corgis and dachshunds. Smiling, Mila watched the dog dash around the yard for a bit. He was so good, never trampling the flowers on his runs. She wasn't worried about him bothering anyone, even though the house contained 4 apartments. The 3 others were seasonal rentals and empty right now. Not coming back wasn't a concern either. He seemed to like this place as much as she did. The willful island dog had showed up the morning after she moved in, waltzing into the living room and planting himself next to the sofa. He'd been a constant fixture since. Mila put her lunch leftovers in the fridge and changed into clothes better suited for unpacking, cutoffs and an old purple tank top with the letters BS emblazoned across the top. She'd never wear it in public, because the fabric was sheer from use. But Sydney gifted each sister with the top, several years ago. Something of an inside joke. The letters, different for each of them, had several meanings. Though Sydney said Mila stood for Big Sister, Mila was pretty sure they also stood for Bossy Sister. Her sisters had long ago decided she needed some loosening up, and made it their mission to rib her every chance they got. An hour after she changed, Mila stood in the center of her bedroom, hands on hips, surveying the room. She'd emptied all of her suitcases and 4 of the 5 boxes she'd shipped from her apartment in New York. Looking down at her cut-off jeans, she thought about swapping them out for her swimsuit. A quick dip in the ocean would be sublimely refreshing. But as soon as the thought occurred, a yawn escaped her lips. Last night wasn't the first night she'd shortchanged herself on sleep. Since moving to St. Croix 5 months ago, she didn't think she'd had one 8-hour night of sleep. Maybe Attorney Cross was onto something. She peeked at the mirror above the dresser. Shadows hung underneath her brown eyes. If she wasn't careful, they were going to become permanent. Glancing at the shaded balcony, she thought about stepping out to nap on one of the loungers overlooking the crashing waves. But she wanted real rest, the kind that only a mattress could provide. So she tumbled onto the bed, with its soft, palm tree-covered duvet. Outside of the open French doors, the wind set the palm fronds rattling against each other, lightly, like seeds in an old maraca. Closing her eyes, gentle Caribbean breezes flowed from the ocean over her cheeks and arms. She relaxed into the mattress, and her breathing slowed. At last, sleep claimed her, until several explosive bangs jolted her awake with a sudden start. What on earth? She dragged her consciousness to a state of alert. Her nerves were jumping like ice water in hot grease. As a prosecutor, she lived in constant awareness that she was persona non grata, with many people who stood on the opposite side of the courtroom. Was one of them responsible for the loud noise? She snatched her phone from the bedside table. It was 3:25 p.m. She'd been asleep all of 20 minutes. Bang! 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 The booming staccato sound seemed like it was coming from the apartment just below her. It was supposed to be empty. Mila grabbed a frying pan from the amply stocked kitchen, just to be safe, and tiptoed down the outside staircase that led to the other apartment. The door was wide open. She would have noticed that on the way up. Someone must have come in since she'd arrived. Leaning forward, she peered inside. No one. Another round of blows assaulted her ears, and she tucked her shoulders up around her neck like a turtle. Realizing the commotion was coming from the patio around the corner, she crept along the pavers, kicking herself for not thinking to throw on some real shoes as the hot stones burned the bottoms of her feet. If someone did mean her harm, she would have been better able to defend herself in something with a covered toe. The wind stopped blowing. Mila took another step forward. She could no longer hear the ocean. Everything felt unnaturally still. She swallowed the fear crawling up her throat. Advancing, she wiped one palm on her denim shorts, shifted the pan, then wiped the other. Bang, bang, bang! It could have been the sound of her own pounding heartbeat. Something close to her ears and all in her head. Except suddenly, Rudy darted past her out of nowhere, barking as ferociously as an angry wolf. The desire to flee heaved at the base of her neck and the back of her knees like a terrified stallion. She should go back and call for help. But she couldn't let the little dog face the intruder alone. Terrified, she rounded the corner. She pulled up short and froze. Sergio, shirtless, standing on top of a tall ladder. He held a mallet in one large hand and a long nail in the other. A now quiet Rudy sat at the base looking up, wagging his stubby little tail. "What are you doing here?" she asked, though the answer was rather obvious. "Ah, down-presser woman," he said, using the Rastafarian variant of oppressor. Mila winced at the term, then quickly found her mettle and threw her shoulders back. She'd had her fair share of crap today. She really didn't care why he was here, just that he left. Immediately. Sergio's quick glance at her chest not only sent a strawberry blush across her skin, but it also reminded her about her sheer top. Modesty be damned, she kept her chest puffed in anger. "Well?" she demanded. Smiling, Sergio lifted his gaze to her face as he looked down at her. "I hope the sound of honest work isn't disturbing you." Of course you know that obnoxious noise was disturbing, but not nearly as disturbing as the fact that you are the one responsible for it. Mila narrowed her eyes. "What are you doing here? Does the landlord know you're on this property?" "Huh. So now all of a sudden property rights matter to you?" he said. Mila rolled her eyes. Sergio rested the mallet and nail atop the ladder, then reached behind his back, the smooth sand-colored skin over his chest pulling taut as he did. A light sheen of sweat glistened over his chiseled body, giving him the appearance of an island fantasy. But the cold light of reality burst that bubble, as Mila realized that A, she was angry, B, she was all alone with a man she didn't know, and C, said man was presently reaching for God knew what. "Wait a minute. Don't reach any farther, Gomez." Mila thrust the pan up toward him in warning. "You giving orders like you the queen?" He cut himself short and both of his hands shot up in a gesture of surrender. His face took on a wounded expression. "Slow down. I have female cousins. You don't have to worry about that kind of trouble from me. I'm pretty sure every lech since Jack the Ripper has said the same thing." Sergio laughed. A deep, easy, rolling sound. And Mila relaxed. A bit. "I guess it doesn't make sense to argue with a lawyer, does it?" He turned around on the ladder's step with the dexterity of a practiced acrobat. An impressive feat on its own. That wasn't what made Mila's throat go dry as beached coral. If she thought Sergio from the front was attractive, Sergio from the back defied words. His broad shoulder muscles rippled into a beautifully tapered waist, kind of like an arrowhead pointing to the most exquisite rear Mila had ever seen. Those years of playing soccer had certainly left the man with a championship physique. She shook her head. Talk about losing the thread. "What are you doing?" she said, and this time the irritation in her voice was partly for her. "What are you doing?" he asked, looking over his shoulder, no doubt catching her ogling his assets. With a smile, he pointed to his back pocket. "Grab my phone and scroll till you hit Y for Yolanda. My Tia, your landlord, can answer any questions you have about why I'm here." "Ms. Yolanda is your aunt?" How was it possible that the sweet woman was related to Mr. Charming? "Mother's sister." He turned back around to face Mila, with a knowing smile on his annoyingly handsome face. "She asked me to do some work on the house." He picked up the mallet, flipped it in the air, and caught it by the handle. "Water's hot. House needs shutters. I took 'em down to paint a few months before you moved in." Mila furrowed her brow, unsure what hot water and shutters had to do with one another. "How long is that going to take?" Mila asked. The thought of seeing this antagonistically attractive man regularly was quickly eroding her calm. "Not as long as it will take to fix my bathroom." He smirked. Mila crossed her arms over her chest. "I'm guessing you're going to break that down for me?" "Yeah, you are going to have the pleasure of my company until the bathroom is repaired at my place." He bowed. You're joking! I wish I was. He turned back to his nail and blasted it with the mallet. But you can't! Sergio's brows shot up. You may give orders to the people dim in your courtroom, but on my land, I say what goes. Unless you're thinking of trying to sneak off with that too. No one is trying to sneak off with anything. People are getting paid for their land, she said, annoyed. He snorted. Money? His tone was incredulous. The land the government wants to take has been in people's families for generations. You can't put a price on the blood, sweat, and tears in that land, or the trees. Some of the trees on that land are ancient. He threw up his hand in a gesture of exasperation. I bet you don't even know what a baobab is. Of course I do. It's the big one right there. She pointed to the backyard, doubting they were actually ancient, but not wanting to say that out loud on the off chance he was right. Big? He repeated, in a tone that made clear her answer was somehow lacking. What? Is that not the word you would use to describe a 100-foot tree? I mean, it's impressive. Beautiful, even. She looked down at Rudy, who was watching them both with his long ears perked up in curiosity. And she was curious, too. But why the derision? I answered your question. I know what a baobab is. He nodded at the tree, imploring her to look more closely. Anybody can say a name, but do you know its story? How it got here? She followed his gaze to the large tree. He had her stumped, no pun intended. She'd assumed the trees were native to the land. If not, so what? Did their stories even matter? This seems a bit tangential. The whole reason for the landfill is to make the island better for the people, she said. Brows and lips in a matching frown. Sergio shook his head, his expression almost pitying as he regarded her. For a minute, she thought he was just going to stay like that, staring at her. Then his bright green eyes went soft. The old ones say those trees were brought here as seeds by the enslaved, hundreds of years ago. Out of all the things they could have brought with them, the women and girl children brought those, tucked into their braids by their sisters and mothers. They believed they were bridges to the spirit world, so wherever the enslaved were taken, they'd never be lost. They'd be able to connect with their ancestors. Mila had unconsciously begun to finger her own curls, the ones Big Mama, and her mama before that, used to braid when Mila was a girl. She opened her mouth, then closed it. For a moment, she imagined herself as the terrified little girl crossing the waters with a tiny bridge in her braid. A coal-sized lump formed in her throat. She supposed some stories did matter after all. Sergio cocked his head and climbed down the ladder. She had to lift her chin to meet his gaze when he stopped in front of her. This is why statesiders shouldn't meddle in island business. You do the rich man's bidding and play the rich man's fool. Hurting the people you should be protecting? Downpresser, woman? Mila snorted. Talk about ruining a moment. There was no point trying to reason with a man who resorted to name-calling. She turned on her heel. Come on, Rudy. No sense staying where we aren't wanted. The short-legged dog shot to his feet and trotted behind her. As they started back to the stairs leading to her apartment, she noticed a silver SUV rolling up the driveway. Inside, she glimpsed an attractive woman with long, jet-black hair, wearing bright red lipstick and a snug white tank top. Reggaeton blasted from her open windows. The woman put the car in park and opened her door. Long, toned legs emerged first. Rolling her eyes, Mila continued on. She didn't need to see any more. Part of her was now grateful for his rude comment 2 seconds ago. He'd done her a small courtesy in pushing her away because she was about to be as taken with the storyteller as she had been with the story. Entering her apartment, Cross's warning to steer clear came back to her. If she hadn't been listening then, she sure as hell was now. She looked back at the silver SUV. It looked like the Playboy was about to turn her slice of heaven into a mini version of Hugh Hefner's mansion. Chapter 5. Sergio. Sergio ran his hands over his curls as he watched the fiery statesider stalk off in her worn-out old shirt that left so little to the imagination. He'd been less than a mile away when his aunt had called to tell him a new tenant, named Mila, was staying in one of the apartments. As soon as he heard her name, he slammed the brakes. He sat in the middle of the road for a good 5 minutes, thinking about turning around and driving to one of his cousin's houses to crash. But there was no way he was leaving his family land because of her. The rest of the drive over, he told himself he could deal with living under the same roof as her. 2 weeks. That was nothing. But seeing her in person, especially in that shirt, made him realize just how hard that would be. Upstairs, the door thumped to a close, and he shook his head. Her it factor was off the charts. Beauty, brains, strength, and a mysterious cocktail of other ingredients that left him craving more. Too bad she reminded him of every woman who'd ever made him want to rip his heart out. Danger was written all over that one. He smacked the hammerhead against his palm. Tangential. He didn't think he'd ever heard the word used in a live conversation. But then again, it was rare that his conversations became debates, and he liked doing so with her. Again, he admired her cool restraint in the face of his attempts to goad her. At the same time, he was mildly ashamed of the way he'd spoken to her. The landfill was wrong, and the government was wrong for advancing it. But his approach wasn't faultless, either. His group said the ends justified the means, but the part that included harassing her wasn't sitting well with him. Wait till they found out they were living in the same house. He dragged his hand over his chin. She couldn't be all bad. She'd taken in the stray he'd been feeding for the last few months. Even named it. Bringing the dog inside hadn't even occurred to him. Not seriously, at least. He figured it was better off outside, but seeing the way he protected her, he realized he'd been wrong about the dog. It had clearly been craving human companionship all along. Well, everyone missed the mark sometimes. He drilled the last bolt beneath the window base and stood to evaluate his work on the shutter installation. He'd come to his aunt's rental house to do what he always did when feelings threatened to drag him down a dark alley in his mind. Pick up his hammer. Having grown up building with his uncles and grandfather, there was a certain satisfaction that came from hitting something hard and loud, like screaming by proxy, though that wasn't the only thing driving him. Today was his one free day away from his family's restaurant, and the job needed to be done. Black storms were the nightmares of his youth, relentless maelstroms battering the land from the ocean and sky, destroying everything in their path, leaving the island without water and power for months. Hurricane season was approaching. If St. Croix was lucky, the island wouldn't get anything worse than tropical storms this year. But when you lived in a hurricane belt, you had to be prepared. And he hitched up another shutter and lined it with the holes for his drill. Given the fact that it was early afternoon on a Monday, he hadn't expected his aunt's irritatingly sexy tenant to be home when he pulled into the drive. For a split second, he thought about putting off the project and sneaking back into the house after dark, but his muscles were aching for release. So he pulled out his ladder and got started. He should have known this wasn't going to go over well with her. If she had been anyone else, he would have knocked on her door to give her the heads up that he was going to be outside working. But he couldn't bring himself to extend that civility to the woman showing such disregard for his island. Not 10 minutes into his work, she'd rounded the corner like a small tornado. Hard as he tried to ignore it, her unexpected appearance at the bottom of his ladder was even more satisfying than the project itself. He tried not to let his gaze linger, but it was hard. Everything about her called to him. Judging from her bearish demeanor and appearance, he'd guessed he'd caught her napping. Tousled curls fell over her shoulders and down her back. Her eyes had the soft haziness of one recently woken. She was none too pleased to be woken up by him, but cute when she was mad. Her brown eyes sparked with anger, and her golden brown cheeks reddened with fire. And even half asleep, she was still quick on her toes. That didn't surprise him. What did surprise him was the fear he saw in her darkening eyes when he reached for his phone. Some of the color had drained from her face and every muscle in her body tensed. His fists had balled and he'd had to take some deep breaths, calling on all of his old sports training to dispel his own anger. No woman should ever have to fear a man. He hated the fact that in this world, so many did. He could tell she wasn't his biggest fan, but he wanted her to at least hate him for the right reasons. He had a suspicion those ugly feelings might be short-lived, that after their little talk, she might eventually come around to his way of seeing things. When she'd left, she seemed just as angry at his insult as she was at the fact that she didn't have a rebuttal to his argument. "Primo, finally, I found you. I've been looking all over for you today." He looked away from the shutters to see his younger cousin walking toward him. Smiling, Sergio climbed down from the ladder, dropping the mallet when he reached the ground to scoop her up in both arms. "Lil' cuz, what's up that you couldn't wait till at the restaurant to talk to me?" Like many of his cousins, she worked at Azure Coast. Nessa, short for Vanessa, was a pastry chef who'd studied in Italy and come back home to expand Azure's offerings to include the best gelatos and pastries on island. She took his hand and led him away from the house, her expression unreadable. "I couldn't wait. But now you're making me wait. Come on, the anticipation is killing me," he said as he followed her down to the beach. Happy as he was to see his cousin, his chest was tense with worry. He hoped she didn't plan to bring up the topic of his mother, when part of the reason he'd come here was to avoid thinking about whether or not he should grant a dying woman's wish and call her. Nessa sat on the sand, and Sergio plopped down beside her. She tossed her long hair over her shoulder and turned to look at him, a mischievous smile quirking her lips. "I'm getting married." "I know, I was there when he proposed. Don't tell me my presence had such little impact you forgot." He tapped her head in jest. "No, I could never forget my favorite cuz, which is why I want you to walk me down the aisle." His eyes widened, but not nearly as big as the grin on his face. "That's why you dragged me down here? Is that your idea of a yes?" She elbowed him in the ribs, and he wrapped his arm around her shoulders. It had been 8 years since Nessa's dad passed away, and in that time, he'd done his best to be a big brother, cousin, and surrogate father. "I mean, give me a little credit for having that Gomez sense of style. I couldn't just ask you while you're standing next to a ladder with a hammer in your hand. This is a big deal. It's special." "I know, cuz," he said. "It is special, and Hector's a good dude. It would be my honor to give you away to him." Nessa, who was leaning against his side, looked up at him with tears in her eyes. "Thanks, cuz." "Don't you go getting all soft on me." Tears made him uncomfortable coming from anyone, but especially from someone he loved. He jumped up and so did she, splashing salty water on him as she did. "Fine. I'll happily change the subject." She gave him a smug look. "What's up with you and the new tenant?" He gaped at her. "I don't know what you're talking about." "That is such a lie, Sergio Gomez. And I don't even know why you try with me, because you know I can see right through them." Nessa put her hands on her hips and dug her feet into the warm, white sand. I saw the look on her face when she stormed off, and she got 100 times more angry when she noticed me roll up. I know jealousy when I see it. Did you guys have a lover's tiff? Creativity was one of the traits that made his cousin a world-class pastry chef. Usually it was charming, but sometimes she got carried away. "Is this you using artistic license with reality again?" "Guess I spoke a truth too soon." She cocked her head and stared at him. "You aren't lying on purpose." He shook his head, his eyes sweeping the pastel waters as he did. The sudden urge to swim came over him. He ripped off his shirt and waded into the water. "Nah, cuz, I have no idea what you're talking about." "Maybe not, but you will. Trust me, dear cousin. You will." Laughing, she headed back to the house. "Why do engaged people always do that?" he called after her. "Do what?" She turned around and threw her hands on her hips. Start acting like street preachers, trying to convert everyone around them. Nessa threw her head back in a laugh. Some things are just that good, cousin. Some things are just that good. Sergio shook his head and then plunged into the refreshing water. He didn't get it now, and he doubted he ever would. Chapter 6. Mila. Mila rarely left the office for lunch. Today, she'd relented and allowed Jim Wright to convince her to step outside. The engineer was working with her on the landfill case, and he'd said he wanted to talk to her about it. She hoped he had something helpful to say. But truth be told, she also wanted a break from the nonstop titters and whispers of her coworkers. According to Sandy, someone was circulating a flyer at her expense. Most likely a result of the recent hearing. Mila wiped the corners of her lips with her cloth napkin, folded it back into the triangle it had been in when they first sat, and smoothed it next to her finished plate. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure the judge is going to rule in our favor. He was just grandstanding to appease the public, Jim said, his West Texas accent full of twang and confidence. As if for emphasis, he flicked a wooden toothpick into his mouth and smiled from across the table. Mila took a sip of her guava tea, trying to swallow back her nagging uncertainty. She'd seen grandstanding in and out of the courtroom, and she didn't get the impression there was anything artificial about Judge Green's resentment of this project. He would probably give opposing counsel every inch of leeway he could in order to prevent the land transfer from going through. The law's on our side, so I sure hope so. He's got to, Jim said, his drawl slowing his words. We own the adjacent land, and the bulldozers are already on site, ready to go, not to mention the garbage problem. There's more every day. It's not like the trash will magically disappear on its own. Jim leaned against the booth's back. True, that trash is a problem in need of a definite solution. Is that what you wanted to talk to me about? Jim cocked his chin. I hear there's some turnover coming down the pipe. The second-in-command upstairs in white collar is looking to head home to a cush position at a big D.C. law firm in a few months. Everything goes well in this case. And you may be able to slide right in, St. James. Mila bit down on a smile. So, that was it. The reason he'd wanted to talk outside of the office, a promotion and the security that came with it, were exactly what she wanted. But winning this case wasn't a sure outcome. And if things don't go well? If I'm not able to persuade the judge to give us the land for the fill? What do I know? I'm just a redneck from Texas. Guess you'll just have to cross that bridge if you come to it. But I always bet on the quiet ones. So my money's on you, kid. Jim winked and lifted his beige Stetson hat from the seat beside him. Mila laughed, but a sliver of discomfort rattling in the back of her head shrunk the laugh into something small and barely recognizable. She tried to ignore the fact that Jim's comment made her think of Sergio's story about little girls who believed they carried bridges and seeds woven into their hair. It was as if, in telling Mila the story, something had taken root inside of her, of a kind and shape she couldn't quite identify or understand. The server came and cleared their plates. Jim insisted on paying, despite Mila's strong objections. You looked like you needed some cheering up, he finally said. Mila slid out from the booth, unsure that she'd actually call this lunchtime conversation cheerful. It hadn't been particularly helpful either. If anything, she now felt more pressure to win this darn case. Well, thank you. That was delicious. Wright smiled and patted his toned midsection as he stood. Yeah. This island definitely beats St. Thomas and St. John in the culinary department. His blue eyes twinkled as he placed his Stetson on his head. Shh. Don't let any St. Thomians hear you say that. Even I know those are fighting words. She smiled, secure in the knowledge that no one could hear them over the din of conversation and blues music pumping from some hidden speaker near the bar. You have a point there. He made a dramatic sweep of the room before bringing his eyes back to her and folding his lips into a conspiratorial smile. I think we're all clear, though. That grub's got all their attention. James was a little dry, but Mila appreciated his friendly lunch invite. situated next door to their office building. The Sweet Spot was one of the few enclosed bars and grills on the island where the lighting was low and the air conditioning was high. Sports memorabilia mixed in with nautical decor hung on the walls. Eating there was a throwback to her early years in Michigan, where many eateries had these same standard atmospheric qualities, which in her opinion were perfect for comfort food, like French fries, deep-fried cheese curds, and barbecue chicken with just the right balance of sweet and spicy. Jim opened the restaurant door, letting in a burst of sunlight and early afternoon heat. Squinting, Mila looked away, her eyes catching on the corkboard next to the door. She cringed, and the lunch that had tasted delicious going down did a little cartwheel. Now she understood all of this morning's snickers. The irritatingly familiar image of her and Sergio hung in the center of the board. However, this time, the picture wasn't attached to a newspaper but to a jump-up flyer. The photograph had been edited, so it looked like a watercolor of her gazing, lovelorn, into Sergio's eyes. Hearts and music symbols shimmered in the space between them. Above, text promised local music, local culture, and local fun. Real funny, she muttered, snatching down the flyer and crumpling it in her hands. On the porch outside of the restaurant, Jim looked at her quizzically. What was that? Someone's idea of a prank, I think. Her eyes scanned the waterside parking lot. How many people had seen that flyer today? The Sweet Spot usually didn't get a huge lunch crowd, but it was big enough. Oh, who was she kidding? By now, half the island had seen their photograph on the internet. Mila didn't say much as she and Jim walked to the end of the short walk out front. He turned toward the coral-colored building that housed their offices. But she stopped. I have to run and make a quick detour and get a birthday gift out to my little sister. I'll catch up with you later, Mila said, stepping into the road that led to the nearby post office. You want an escort? He asked, touching the tip of his hat. Mila smiled at the gesture. At least she tried to. No, I'm good. If good meant mortified in any language, hearing about the flyer was one thing. Seeing it was something else entirely. Now that she wanted to walk off the shock, and in true Mila fashion, she could only do that by walking alone. Thanks, though, she said. 10 minutes later, she headed into the squat brick building that served as one of the island's major connections to the outside world. A line of people snaked around the lobby. Good afternoon, she called to the room as she took her place at the end of the queue. Good afternoon. All 15 or so people responded, including the workers helping customers at the windows. Mila grinned as the ritual played out again a few minutes later when a heavy-set younger man entered the lobby. The courtesies she'd come to associate with her public dealings on St. Croix made waits at places like the post office and bakery worth it. Still, she was annoyed. A big part of it was the picture, but she hadn't slept well. Again. Knowing she and Sergio were sharing walls rattled her to the core. Of all the rentals on the island, how was it possible she ended up with her deliciously hot antagonist? Now, with the flyers, it seemed she was going to be reminded of him everywhere she went, too. Logically, she understood that St. Croix was a small island, bigger than Mackinac, where she'd spent summers as a girl, yet still small enough that the degrees of separation were probably only 1, as opposed to 6, if the handshake's rule was to be believed. But logic had its limits, and his ubiquitous presence in her life defied them all. 2 windows cleared at once, and Mila stepped closer to the counter. Calypso music from one of the clerk's radios switched to the DJ, who announced his afternoon show, Tea with Timothy. It was a local broadcast from a funky little green and yellow station up the road. The host was a man who some called the island's mayor. For 30 minutes a day, he covered everything from horse stealing to cockfighting to politics, in no discernible order, as far as Mila could tell. Though she wasn't a frequent listener, and had only heard snippets lightly playing in the cubicles of some of her co-workers. Afternoon, gentlemen and gentle ladies of the Virgin Islands, Timothy crooned. That was Calypso King, Black Stalin singing "We Can Make It If We Try," and I can't think of a better sentiment to lead into today's talk. Mila could tell by the timbre in his voice. Timothy was gearing up for something big this afternoon. It reminded her of the bass that used to fill the preacher's voice just before the offering plate went out at Big Mama's church. Yeah, by now you've all probably heard about the landfill stupidness the government is trying to foist upon us Crucians. An insult to the minds, noses, and pockets of the people who love this beautiful island. Oh no! Mila's eyes darted around the room. Several people were staring in the direction of the radio. As she'd expected, Timothy had everyone's attention. Not only are they trying to bamboozle hard-working folks out of their property, the actual plans they have for the land are a threat to us all. The rancid smell will be blown by the trade winds on the side of the island with the best beaches, sending cruise ships and tourists running for the few remaining unspoiled areas throughout the Caribbean. "Trust me, Ginny boys speak for true," said a lady in a floral-printed dress up ahead. A few of the people in line sucked their teeth, nodded their heads, and hummed in agreement. "That's right. What they take we for? The rump side of a donkey?" Another lady flicked her wrist in the air, gold bangles emphasizing her point with a light tinkle. "Bullies, dem. Notice they never put their garbage in their own backyards, living in fancy houses while the rest of us suck salt," called the young drum-shaped man who'd walked in after Mila. Her gaze dropped to her side, and she sighed in relief. At least her badge was in her purse instead of slung around her neck. There'd been many a time she'd gone to lunch wearing it, announcing to anyone who noticed her name, occupation, and place of employment. Without it, no one knew who she was or that she was affiliated with the case, though part of her fantasized about speaking up, laying out all of the arguments she wasn't able to make in court yesterday, right then and there in the post office. Mila took a step forward as the line moved up. Tempting as the notion was, her boss would have a fit 10 ways from Sunday if he heard. Public relations were paramount for Croix. "Next in line." A clerk waved as another customer stepped away, smiling. Only 3 people remained between Mila and the counter. According to her calculations, at this pace, she'd be out in the next 10 minutes. 10 minutes. She could keep her head down and her mouth shut for 10 minutes. "Afternoon," a man's voice called. "Oh no?" Heat rushed Mila's face. Her shoulders went rigid, and she fixed her chin on the wall in front of her. Maybe if she didn't turn around, he wouldn't recognize her until she was on her way out. Well, if it isn't my favorite government employee, Attorney St. James. "Afternoon, counselor. How's your landfill case going?" Inwardly, Mila screamed. Outwardly, she pasted on a public servant smile that would make her boss proud. Every head in the lobby turned to face her. Mila blinked. Mila inhaled. Mila took in the expressions of those around her. They ranged from shock to accusation to embarrassment. For 7 solid seconds, no one said anything. "St. James, you some kin to Edwina St. James?" an older man wearing a straw fedora asked. Mila nodded slowly. "Edwina was my grandmother's name." The old man tipped his hat and smiled warmly. "From Montbijou?" the woman in the floral dress asked. "Yes, ma'am," Mila answered. "Well, I'll be. Aren't you a pretty thing? Just like your grandmother. She used to have all the boys chasing after her." Nearby ladies murmured their assent. A few side conversations broke out. Mila heard a comment about the good old days, and just like that, the mood of the group changed. It felt like a warm hug. Mila shot Sergio a quick glance, and to her surprise, his lips were curled into a small grin. "Next?" 2 clerks called at once. Mila and another woman stepped forward to their respective windows. handing over Sydney's birthday card in a cute pink envelope. Mila let go a quiet exhale when the teller greeted her with a smile. The woman eyed Mila, then nodded to where she'd just been standing. I know how it is. Sometimes folks get to fussing at me on account of these lines. When that happens, I have to tell myself it's not me. It's the uniform. Most people around here eventually see the difference between the job and the person. Thank you. Mila hoped she was right, but if that flyer was any indication, her experience in the post office wasn't representative of how the public regarded her, and on a small island, that could be a problem. Anytime, the woman winked. After mailing off Sydney's card, Mila stepped away from the counter. She overheard DJ Timothy take a call from a male listener with a very unique voice.
I don't know if you've seen the flyers round town of the government attorney and Sergio, but to me it looks like the Playboy Fisherman's caught her heart. Hopefully her ear come with it. If he's listening, I say, kiss some sense into that Yankee gal's head.
Oh no. Mila's heart stopped. The island just got a whole lot smaller. Chapter 7. Sergio. Sergio almost fell on the floor laughing. Fixated on Mila as she spoke with the teller, he hadn't been paying much attention to Timothy's radio show until that last caller, Bleeding Bill, came on. The yakety old goat had a very distinctive voice, deep and raspy from so much hollering, and Bill was known to stir the pot. A grand source of entertainment. Most folks knew not to take him seriously. But for a statesider, the ubiquitous loudmouth had to be a serious serving of culture shock. The mortified look contorting Mila's beautiful face when old Bill made his kissing comment sent Sergio into such a laughing fit, he was pretty sure he burst a capillary or two. First, her brows rose. Then, she leveled her gaze on him. Her big brown eyes flashed from coppery brown to black and narrowed. Her lashes reminded him of flames. If fury had a face, it was her, but she quickly masked it all. That was probably what made him laugh hardest. Without even looking, he could feel that most of the people in the lobby were watching them. Front row seats to an island reality show. She had to have known, too, given the communal conversation they'd all just been having. But the open stares did nothing to dim her stride, and her shoulders remained erect and confident as she strode past him to the exit without speaking. This was a woman who seemed accustomed to weathering life's challenges, and she did so with grace. Only when the stares turned to him did he shut his mouth, bringing the package notice to his lips as he cleared his throat. A lady up ahead, about his aunt's age, gave him the mirror look that made him see himself acting like a jackass. In that moment, he realized how hard it must be for her to come all the way to a new place and take on such a hot topic. Sorry. But he was speaking the words to the wrong people. Mila had already left the building. Suddenly contrite, Sergio stepped off of the line and jogged after her. Already several yards ahead at the start of the sandy path that ran along the shore's edge to the next commercial area of town, he called out to her, "Hey, statesider, wait up." She glanced over her shoulder but kept walking. In beige sandals and a lavender sheath dress that hugged her ample curves, she was the epitome of an island professional. He caught up to her in a few quick strides. "I'm sorry about what happened back there. I shouldn't have laughed." She stopped walking and turned to face him, her arms crossed over her chest. "But you did. And then some." "Not at what he said, at the look on your face," he said. She rolled her eyes. "That somehow makes it better?" His smile inched back up. "You look like you'd rather eat a mouthful of ghost pepper than put your lips to mine." He didn't know why he'd put the image of them kissing out there. He could have blamed the flyer, but honestly, something about her just made him want to push buttons, even while he was trying to apologize. Both of Mila's brows shot up and her lips thinned. I'm sure that's a new experience for you. His smile fell. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. I don't want to even go there with the Playboy Fisherman. She waved her hand. I didn't take you for the cut-and-run type. He watched as her jaw tensed. He could tell she was debating refusing his challenge and walking away. Let's just say your reputation precedes you, Casanova, she finally said. Ouch. He ran his hand over his tight curls. It would be a lie to say he didn't make his rounds with the women, especially the tourists. He considered himself something of an island ambassador, which made their good time and his a civic duty. All the players knew the score. Not that he hadn't tried to commit, but when his first attempt ended in heartache, he was man enough to admit that everyone wasn't good at everything. In his soccer years, he'd met plenty of prospects who were fun to kick the ball around with, but didn't have what it took to make the team, let alone start. Often, the difference was in being able to assess your own weaknesses, and relationships were his. He let out a huff of air. If you can't make it work with your own mother, the chances of long-term relationship success probably aren't that great. But that didn't stop him from enjoying the ladies on a casual basis. I don't know how we got on this topic, he finally said. I was just trying to apologize. For what it's worth, you took it like a champ. She stared at him for a long moment. Her eyes shifted from hard to soft to hard, again as though she were assessing whether or not to accept his olive branch. And he felt himself holding his breath, hoping she would let things go. At least for the moment. Well, I guess you can cross that one off your list. You apologized to the downpresser woman. Have a good day. She wiggled her fingers in a wave and set off down the path. He didn't know what he'd expected her to say, but that wasn't it. The conversation had gone completely sideways. It felt like a loss, and if there was one thing he disliked, it was losing. Chapter 8. Mila. Mila groaned and slammed a fist into her pillow as the peace and quietude of sleep was punctured by the high-pitched sound of a rooster crowing. She rolled over and grabbed her cell phone from the bedside table. It was 4:30 in the morning. What happened to the rooster waking with the sunrise? Sunrise she could have dealt with, but 4:30 in the morning? The bird crowed again, almost in answer to her unspoken question. Cock-a-doodle-doo to you too, she muttered. This was the third morning the bird had yanked her from sleep. Just like a man, he'd been on his best behavior in the beginning. For the first week in the new place, she didn't even know he existed. Now it sounded like he'd perched on a branch near the bedroom window. And once he started crowing, he pretty much went all day long. Nah, she swept back the sheets and flung her legs over the side of the bed. The quiet whir of the fan kept the room cool. It was perfect sleeping weather. But she'd always been sensitive to noise, so sleep was now impossible. Mila yawned. Not only was the bird up early, Sergio'd kept her up late. Apparently, he was in a steel drum band, slated to play at the next jump up. He'd had the guys over for the last few nights practicing, and, even though they quit playing around 10:30, a crowd always lingered, and the sound of their laughter carried into her room. Mila was exhausted, but, now that she was up, she realized she had to pee. So, on her way back from the bathroom, the bird crowed yet again. Clad in a tank top and cotton gym shorts, she stepped out onto the balcony to see if she could spot the cackling menace. The morning star was bright in the moonless sky, and the ocean was smooth and glassy. Somewhere in the trees, frogs sang. Leaning her elbows on the balcony's railing, she breathed in the fresh air. Dark as it was, a security light on the side of the house gave her a clear view of the courtyard. Looking down, she spotted the orange and black bird waddling back and forth in front of the sliding doors leading into Sergio's apartment, like an overstuffed soldier on duty. He crowed again and, this time, it gave her a sense of satisfaction. Good. At least she wasn't the only one being awakened by the little beast. A whooshing sound startled her, and she instinctively pulled back. 2 seconds later, something whooshed again, and she recognized it as the sliding doors opening and closing below her. Sergio emerged, shrugging a t-shirt over his broad chest. The rooster jumped up and down a couple of times, and Sergio bent to scratch its crown. Mila shook her head. Now the timing of her early morning wake-up calls made sense. Of course, the annoying man had brought the bird with him. Though cockfighting was illegal, she knew some of the men on the island still partook in the blood sport. The proud islander was probably one of them, and if this was a prize fighter, it would make sense for Sergio to bring the noisy creature here with him. "Monin, pig," Sergio cooed to the bird. While he was still bent over, the bird jumped onto Sergio's back, scooting to his shoulder as the man stood. Mila's lips parted in surprise. She had never seen such a thing. She didn't know roosters were friendly. "Morning to you too, statesider." She gasped and lurched straight. He hadn't even looked up. How had he known she was there? "Good morning," she said, trying to keep her voice from sounding startled. "Think you could talk your rooster friend into waiting for sunrise before he starts crowing?" "Not a chance. Pig knows when the best fishing is," he said like a proud father. "You mean you trained him to do that? On purpose?" "Why on earth would you do such a thing?" she asked, surprised. Sergio gave her a look like the bird had more sense than her, then nuzzled its short beak with the side of his head. The bird pecked back gently. "Some of us fish for our dinner, right, pig? Why'd you name your rooster Pig?" Sergio lifted his shoulder and the rooster flapped his wings down to the ground, where he waddled side to side instead of one foot in front of the other like most chickens. "Cute," she said. Sergio smiled at the compliment. "Do you fight him?" Sergio rubbed his hand over his face and shook his head. "You see an island man with a rooster and assume he wants to fight it? Well, isn't it a part of the culture here?" "For some. But all of we are not the same. Pig is a lover, not a fighter, and he's my friend. I wouldn't wish the pit on my worst enemy." "Oh, I'm sorry," she said, feeling like a narrow-minded outsider. "Don't worry. We all make mistakes sometimes," he said, lowering himself. His bird jumped back onto his shoulder and Mila smiled as man and fowl strode toward the water. With the rooster gone, Mila decided to answer the call of her bed and headed back for a few more hours of rest. Her actual alarm went off at 6:30 a.m. Smiling as she pushed the off button, she realized she almost felt well-rested. After a 2-mile run along the ocean, she stood at her freshly organized closet, wiping at her sweat-dampened forehead as she thumbed through 15 sheath dresses. That gave her exactly 3 business weeks of workday clothing options, without repeating, not including her 5 court suits. Ever the planner, she kept a small calendar on a waist-high shelf in the closet so she could keep track of what she'd already worn. None of the dresses had designer labels. All had been plucked from the clearance rack. Mila was fine with that. Growing up, she shared everything with her twin and younger sister, so she developed an early fashion-neutral attitude. Clothes didn't define her. Exercising kept her feeling good. That's why she focused on fitness. Mila picked out the tangerine-colored sheath to wear to work today, before following the aroma of freshly brewed coffee to the kitchen. Taking a sip from the hot, black beverage, she marveled at the forward-thinking person who invented automatic coffee makers. She kept hers on a daily setting for 7:07 a.m., the time she returned from her run, Monday through Sunday. She didn't always run on Sundays, but she was consistent with her wake-up schedule. No longer able to stand her own post-run stickiness, Mila padded into the bathroom with her coffee for a shower. She set the mug on the countertop next to the towel rack, then loosened her curly bun and stepped into the tub. When she turned the shower nozzle, the pipes gurgled for a few seconds before spitting out a thin trickle of water that quickly turned into sporadic drops. Mila turned the nozzle even farther, but it did no good. You've got to be kidding. If there was one thing Mila disliked, it was the disruption of her morning routine. She gave the nozzle one last try before grabbing her bikini from the dresser and throwing it on. Where there's a will, there's a way. Running back to the bathroom, she swiped the bath gel from the shower shelf. With a pool downstairs and the ocean a few steps away, there was no excuse not to come to work fresh. She'd seen the occasional local sutzing up at the beach on Saturday mornings, and, while she hadn't understood it then, she sure did now. 5 minutes later, Mila dipped her toes in the cool, clear water, grateful that the patch of beach in front of her apartment had a smooth, sandy bottom. No sea urchins or jagged coral to worry over. Mila squeezed bath gel into her palm and lathered it all over, then tossed the bottle back onto the shore. Hundreds of little soap bubbles floated away as she walked out until the water came up to her breasts, then bent her knees and dunked her head back. Ah, so refreshing. Gentle waves massaged her shoulders, neck, and head. Above her, the sky was cloudless and blue. Relaxing more and more, Mila let her feet drift up from the soft sand, out from under her through the water until her coral-painted toes bobbed out, and she was floating on her back. Why didn't she do this every morning? There couldn't be a better way to start the day. Maybe it was time to re-examine her routine. She sighed, and her lids drifted shut. When she opened them again, her whole body seized at the sight of Sergio and Pig leaning over the side of his small boat, a few feet away. His muscular forearms were perched on the side of the boat, bulging in a way that reminded Mila of a handsome sailor. "Catching the good morning vibes in the water today? I wasn't sure if I should throw you a life jacket," he joked. She wasn't sure if it was the water's surface or his delight at his own humor. But Sergio's green eyes were a dazzling shade of emerald this morning. "As a matter of fact, the shower isn't working. I was going to call Miss Yolanda, but it seemed too early." Sergio's eyebrows dipped in the center, and his face took on a serious expression. Well, serious for Sergio. So far as she could tell, the Playboy Fisherman didn't really do serious, unless it had to do with badgering her about the landfill. "I'll go take a look. Ya knows they say this water is like a bathtub, but it doesn't get you as clean as the real thing." Mila laughed, and Sergio smiled bashfully. It was a good look on him. Rising from the water, Mila realized she'd dropped her towel in the yard up near the house. Her body heated under his gaze, but to her relief, he didn't let it linger. He tucked a recycled water jug of brownish fluid under his arm and grabbed a large fish cooler from the hull. "Here, let me help you." Mila reached for the jug. A fragrant aroma of lemongrass, basil, and mint seeped from it. "This smells good. What is it?" Sergio's eyebrows raised. "Bush tea? Fever grass? Basil? And mint." Mila shook her head and he laughed. I almost guessed right. Never heard of fever grass, though. Where does it come from?" "I think the stateside call it lemongrass. All the herbs come from the yards. Some of these come from behind my family restaurant. You haven't had any yet?" Mila shook her head again. Sergio stopped walking and put the cooler down, then took the jug from her and unscrewed the cap. He held it up in front of her. "Taste it." Normally, drinking after other people revolted Mila, but the idea of putting her lips where his had been brought on a warm feeling that started in her toes. She took a sip. The combination was delicious, almost intoxicatingly so. "Keep it," he said, lifting one shoulder and letting it drop casually. "No, I can't take your supply. I have more. Bush tea is a good way to get the body going in the morning. And I can tell you like it." The kindness in his voice let her know that giving was easy for him. "Thanks," she said, and took another sip as they walked together toward the house. As she savored the flavor on her tongue, she couldn't help but wonder if some of the sweetness she tasted didn't come from the feeling of having him close by her side. Chapter 9. Sergio. Sergio left the icy fish cooler in the shade under the awning and grabbed his toolkit before heading upstairs to fix Mila's shower. With Pig's help, he'd managed quite the haul this morning. Fish, conch, and lobster. Supersonic hearing, X-ray vision. Sergio didn't know how, but Pig always started crowing right when their little boat was hovering over fish. His Tia joked that Pig was the restaurant's best employee. One of today's fish would stay at the house, but the rest was going to the restaurant in the next hour. The bounty was a sign of good things to come, but if Sergio was honest with himself, he knew that didn't entirely explain the added bounce in his step as he went up to Mila's apartment. She'd looked so at peace, floating in the water with her eyes closed and curls fanned out like seagrass. The sight set him dreaming about waking up to her, eyes closed and asleep in his bed. As they spoke, her light brown skin glowed in the morning sun. And that figure. He shook his head. Of all the women for him to take an interest in, why pick her? It was obvious. She was a lot like Juliana, the brilliant PhD student who'd gotten him into conservation to begin with. They'd met when he was recuperating in the Greek Isles from the injury that cost him his spot on Celta de Vigo, the Spanish professional football club on coastal Galicia. Freshly discharged, he wasn't ready to come back to his own island with his head hung low, but the water was calling to him. So he pulled out a map, spotted the Greek islands, and booked a trip to Mykonos. The first week, he was miserable, mourning his career, staring at the blank screen of his future, and playing a constant game of compare and contrast between the small Greek island and his childhood home. Europe's pebbled beaches and brown hills couldn't hold a candle to the sugary Caribbean sands and lush green rainforest mountains of St. Croix. And oddly, the Greek beaches were crowded. On the 8th day, he was resting on a hotel lounger, about to go out of his mind, when a dark-haired woman asked him for the time. She seemed to be in something of a hurry. He learned that was her MO because she was only on the islands for a short time, finishing up a research project as part of her PhD program. The only time she seemed remotely relaxed was when she was talking about coastal conservation, and then her normal anxiety was just dialed down into passion. A contagious passion. With nothing else to do, he ended up helping Juliana on her project. The first week, it was strictly platonic. But by week 2, sparks were flying. He spent the rest of the summer in the throes of the most intellectually stimulating affair he'd ever been in. She introduced him to a new term, sapiosexual, which meant sexual attraction to the highly intelligent. He realized that was the thing that had been missing from all of his other pursuits. He wasn't a man who was drawn to a woman's looks alone. In order to really capture his heart, a woman had to tickle his brain, challenge him, and help him to see the world in new ways. Though he'd only known Mila briefly, he knew instinctively that she was that kind of woman. The type, history had shown, he wasn't able to keep. In the end, Juliana had told him she'd been intrigued by the thought of sex with a football player, and he didn't disappoint, but now that summer was over. Real life and her fiancé, the professor, were calling. Mila opened the door, as though hearing his footsteps. She greeted him in a snug orange dress that looked a lot like the purple one she had on yesterday. Damp curls hung past her breasts in loose waves. Smiling, her eyes were back to copper-colored. He wasn't sure if it was him or the water, but she looked relaxed and almost happy to see him. At the sound of a crack, he looked down at his toolbox. He'd been holding the handle so tightly the plastic snapped. Not all the way. Just enough for him to realize he needed to check himself. The woman was off limits. Nothing good could come from a fling with her. The dress, the job. She was out of his league. Not just out of his league, but in league with the enemy. Because of her, 6 islanders faced the loss of their family land. "I'm here to fix the leak," he said. There must have been a coldness in his tone because the smile on her face melted. His heart tugged. He realized after it was gone that it had been there for him. She stepped aside. "I'm sure you know your way better than I do." He nodded, then turned back to the door. "Make sure you have your keys on you when you step out. This door can lock behind you." "Thanks for the heads up." Glancing around as he headed through the living room to the hallway that led to the bathroom, he noted that, other than a few books, she hadn't added many personal touches. Further proof that she probably didn't plan to stay on the island long. Walking past the coffee table, a book caught his eye. It wasn't splayed flat like he kept his books, and the spine had no resulting creases, but the bookmark was worn and wedged in neatly toward the end of the book. A small bonsai tree stood peacefully in the center of the table. Seeing them both sent a flash of excitement coursing through him. Sepulveda and bonsai? You know Sepulveda? Mila's eyes rounded slightly. If the author wasn't relatively unknown in the US, Sergio might have been offended at her surprise. The sound of your last goodbye, he said. Most beautiful poem ever written, Mila said, her voice softening into a tone of reverence. He's one of my favorite writers, if not my favorite. Sergio cocked his head and studied Mila. Why are you looking at me like this is so hard to believe? She asked. He dragged his free hand over the stubble on his chin, trying to reset the look of confusion surely on his face right then. Sepulveda was a Greenpeace activist who spent time living with the Shuar Indians. You're working for the government on a project that is anything but environmentally friendly. He paused and thought about mentioning the gel she'd brought into the ocean, but decided it was piling and stopped himself. I guess it's hard for me to reconcile the contradictions. Mila's gaze dropped to the beige tiles on the floor. Look, I'm basically a lowly cog right now. My goal is to get into a position of power, where I can actually influence the direction of the machine, but I can't do that if I don't win this case. Oh yeah, the old bring them down from the inside argument, eh? Isn't that what Ice Cube said too? The blank look on her face almost made him laugh. Never mind. If that's what you have to tell yourself to sleep at night. Do you? He swept past her and headed for the bathroom, amazed that although they shared a common love, they didn't see eye to eye on something so important. Chapter 10. Mila. The next few weeks sped by in a blur for Mila. She'd been trying to avoid Sergio since his comment about the disconnect in her life. For some reason, she found it deeply unsettling. He was supposed to be out by now, but apparently, he'd hired the slowest craftsman on the island because he was still living in the downstairs apartment. When she came out in the mornings for her run, the spot of beach where he kept his small motorboat was usually empty. She gathered that he and Pig started each day fishing, but they ran into each other most evenings after work when she was outside playing with Rudy. He seemed to prefer being outside, so whenever she used the pool or tried to relax on the beach, he was there, tinkering with something. The days she didn't lay eyes on him, he somehow seemed to end up in her dreams. They were by far the steamiest dreams she'd ever had in her life, making her avert her gaze in embarrassment when they crossed paths. Last week, she'd almost tripped over her own feet when he came out of the apartment as she was heading to the market. In order to make up for the ground she'd lost at the first hearing, she'd doubled her efforts on the case, pouring herself into research and drafting an additional brief in anticipation of the judge's denial of her first application to take the property. If it hadn't been for Rudy needing to be let outside to play, she would have slept in her office. The stress of her living situation, compounded by the uncertainty of work, left her exhausted. By the time the end of June came, she was ready for the week-long office closure to celebrate the 4th of July. Only here, in the Virgin Islands, most people didn't really celebrate the 4th, but the 3rd. The reason didn't matter to Mila. She just looked forward to sleeping in and working from home. But when the rumble of drums woke her at 4 o'clock in the morning on July 3rd, she screamed into the pillow for a full minute before kicking off the covers and jumping out of bed. Unlike their hammer confrontation, this time, she had an idea what awaited. Grieving the loss of a morning spent sleeping in, she threw on her tennis shoes and a bra, then slammed the door behind her and Rudy. Just when I thought we were making progress, he must be the most clueless man on the planet, she said to Rudy, who trotted at her heels as she tore down the stairs, ready to take off Sergio's head with her bare hands. Only, when she rounded the corner and came upon a dozen people, all dressed in white, dancing under the light of a million stars, she realized she was the one without a clue. The amount of joy in the air practically lifted her off her feet. Mila rubbed her eyes. Was she sleepwalking? Surely she was seeing things. Not only were there steel drums, but congas, guiros, a cabasa, and something that looked like a cowbell. Each person held an instrument and played it like that they'd been seized by some festive summer night spirit. Seeing her, the group smiled and called out in welcome, making her feel utterly confused and out of place with her rage. "Good morning, downtown. Downa pressa woman. Glad you decided to join us." Sergio's melodic voice matched the upbeat sound of his steel drum. Before she could answer, one of the women, an older lady with a head of silver dreads, tucked a cabasa in Mila's hand and nodded for her to play. Trained to respect her elders, Mila shuddered her instinct to walk away. Instead, she inspected the small wooden instrument covered in metal beads. "I have no idea how to make this work," she confessed. The grandmotherly woman smiled. "Today, you learn." She demonstrated with patience and care. Mila must have looked discouraged because the woman rubbed her arm. "Relax. It's like tapping a baby's bottom. Don't think. Just feel." The woman shook the instrument slowly, getting faster and faster with each second, striking it on the upstroke, striking it on the downstroke, syncopating the rhythm until Mila's heart opened and body answered, independent of her mind. And she felt. Really felt. Glancing down at her hand, she found herself rattling her cabasa, an awkward mirror of the woman. Mila's stilted rhythm harmonized far slower than her desire to imitate, but the connection she felt with the group was instantaneous, as though the music and instruments linked everyone with some invisible string. Smiling, Milia's eyes met Sergio's gaze, and she knew he'd been watching her since she'd stepped outside. He lifted his chin approvingly, then put down his steel drum and picked up a wooden djembe, ducking under a cloth chest holster. Once the instrument was secured over his hefty shoulders, he closed his eyes, clearly focusing on his own contribution to the music now. Under his expert touch, the djembe produced a rich bass, much deeper than the steel drums, and an even stronger reaction in Mila's chest. She watched as his large hands flew over the head of the drum. Palm, finger, palm, finger. Bass, tone, slap. Bass, tone, slap. Pulsating faster and faster. Sergio's djembe echoing the human heartbeat, told a story that could end only one way, with everyone coming alive. The festive spirit grew mightier, surging among the group. "To freedom!" Sergio roared, arresting Mila with his beauty, awing her with his grace, and making her feel more alive than she had in ages simply by observing the man's passion. "To freedom." The group echoed. A teenage boy blew the conch. It blasted the air like the bugler's rally cry. His head tilted back in a pose reminiscent of the Frederstedt freedom statue. He blew a second time. Mila felt like she was watching something magical and ancient unfold. Like a scene from the Pied Piper, the group started dance-walking toward the road. Rudy and Pig joined. Led by her feet and the driving rhythm, Mila too floated along the inescapable current of music. At the main road, their motley crew converged with a sea of other people, led by a tall, thin, dark-skinned dread. Like most everyone else, he too was dressed in white. By dawn, Mila realized there were tributaries of celebration all across the island, many coming together as one in this fevered flow toward Frederiksted, that place islanders called Freedom City. Out of the corner of her eye, Mila caught Sergio smiling at her several times. In spite of the throngs of people, he'd managed to stay close since they started marching. Finally, she turned to look at him. Pig was perched on his shoulder, making it hard for her not to smile. "You're doing a good job with the Shakira," he said. Hearing his kind words, a wave of self-consciousness swept through her, and she lost the beat for a second. Thanks. It had been a good month since she'd first laid eyes on the man, and he could still undo her with a look. One compliment, and she melted into a puddle, a reaction about which she was none too happy. "Next time the guys come over, you'll have to play with us." Join them? Now there was a novel thought. What? Don't tell me you never wanted to be in a band. He slowed his tempo with his strong, thick fingers, each beat making something inside of her quiver. "No," she said, forcing herself to speak. "Music has never really been my thing." "You don't like music?" "Wow. That's a first. But I guess it takes all types." There was no judgment in his voice. Only acceptance. And warmth. It radiated from him, stoking her desire to the point where it was hard to walk straight. Because her body was fighting with her to draw closer to his. "This is actually amazing. I've never seen anything like it," she said, trying to shut down her flickering nerves by switching her focus to the parade of people around them. The number of people and range of ages was fascinating. They'd walked over a mile, and the old woman who'd thrust the instrument in her hand was still going strong. "Yes, we do it to honor the ancestors' march to freedom. Almost 200 years ago, they marched to Frederiksted, carrying torches, chanting freedom or death. When the white people saw the fire in our eyes, they knew it burned brighter than anything in our hands. We were going to turn the entire island to ash if they didn't end the abomination of slavery." Now Mila sensed what really carried the old woman. "Some say our ancestors march with us," Sergio said. Mila thought back to the wonderful feeling of connection she'd been experiencing since coming down the stairs, to the invisible string. Was it possible that it consisted of interlocking fingers? Among them, her mother's? And Big Mama's? Silently, she laughed. The salt air was definitely getting to her. They walked together wordlessly, communicating with only the instruments in their hands, until the sky turned an incredible shade of pink and lavender, prompting her to speak. "My God, that's beautiful. So you forgive me for waking you up early?" Sergio asked teasingly. Mila laughed but said nothing. She wasn't much for the whole forgiving and forgetting thing, but she was perfectly willing to accept a truce. "No. Don't tell me you're stingy with the pardons. I guess I'll have to make it up to you one day by showing you the best sunset on the island." Sergio emphasized his words with a dramatic flourish of his drums that highlighted his thick forearms and biceps. "Okay, now you have my attention, Sergio. Where's the best sunset on the island?" He smirked. "Oh no, I'm not going to tell you. Then you'll go by yourself, and I'll have to break my brain trying to come up with another way to get you to stop cutting your eyes at me every time you see me." Mila felt her neck warm as she remembered the dreams that made her look away from time to time. "I do no such thing," she lied. No way was she going to admit weakness to this man. Sure, he was being moderately playful now, but in this setting, it was hard not to regard everyone kindly. Tomorrow, she fully expected him to pick up haranguing her about the landfill. "I get it. You do?" Mila stopped walking. The heat flush in her neck shot to her head and toes. "It's not easy knowing you're on the wrong side of something so big." He winked, and Mila chuckled. Her secret was safe. She was grateful that, at least for today, he seemed resigned to battle her with humor instead of outright hostility. If Mila didn't know better, she'd think he was starting to soften toward her. An hour later, Mila's limbs started to grow heavy. Her gait slowed. The crowd had grown so large she'd lost sight of Sergio, but Rudy remained at her ankles. "Maybe we should stop here," she said to the dog. "You think they didn't get tired? Especially after working dawn to dusk in the cane fields." Surprised, Mila looked up to find Sergio, his eyebrows lifted in question. Apparently, he'd been playing somewhere behind her. By now, there were so many on the drums it was easy to lose track. He was still going full force, even though she was sure his hands had to burn from the constant percussion. "You're stronger than you think, woman. That's what this march is about, to remind us. We're all stronger than we think." Sergio rolled his palms over the cowhide. "Stronger than we think." Mila bit her bottom lip as her blood turned to hot lava and her eyes surveyed the dignified man marching at her side. His words and passion stirred something powerful deep inside. Connection to the ancestors. Inspiration. But mostly, an overwhelming attraction that left her feeling weak as a newborn kitten. Chapter 11. Mila. Mila, this is scary. I think you should come stay with my family tonight. You can even bring that little rat-tailed stray with you. Inside. Sandra leaned against Mila's perfectly organized desk. Mila raised her eyebrows, dragging her gaze away from her computer to inspect her friend. Clearly, she'd gotten desperate. Pulling back on her no dogs in the house rule? The woman and her family basically lived in a tropical estate. Spotless white marble covered the floors throughout, with no less than 5 different sweeping brooms and daily maid service. Sandy wouldn't allow shoes in her house, never mind a dog. Girl, did you have too much coffee at lunch again? You must be stressed to offer Rudy shelter. Sandy gave a hollow laugh. The radio is saying the storm is going to hit hard. Harder than that Yankee head of yours. Yes. Mila knew what the radio was saying, because Sandy had been on about the storm all day. First dropping hints, then emailing her an article and stopping by at least half a dozen times with updates. But she wasn't really worried, and she'd never been able to sleep well in other people's houses. She needed to be in her own space to feel comfortable. Plus, last week, they'd been on vacation, and Mila hadn't gotten as much done as she would have liked. This morning, opposing counsel filed a motion to dismiss that she needed to respond to. She'd prepared some pretty stellar arguments and researched a list of cases to print out and take home, just in case the power went out, and the office was closed the next day. Being at home with no distractions would help her finish the response brief. I appreciate the offer, Sandy. I do, but we'll be fine. I may have moved here from the city, but I was raised in a rural area with a pretty harsh climate. The part of Michigan I'm from gets snow taller than your car windows. Sandy folded her arms over her chest. Yes, I know, Ms. Independent. You're a woman of the world, but snow and hurricanes are not the same thing. One year, we got hurricanes so bad, the winds picked up my neighbor's house and carried it all the way to the front steps of the hospital. You remember the Wizard of Oz? Mila smiled wryly. Don't worry, nobody is about to go out like Dorothy over here. The last of her cases printed. She grabbed the warm papers from the printer, stapled them together, and added them to her Redweld alongside her research notes and the other cases. Look, your concern is touching. Deeply, deeply touching. I'm leaving now, and I'll stop by the store tonight and pick up 2 more gallons of water, just to be safe. Bulging Redweld tucked under her arm, Mila headed for the door of her office. Following, Sandy shook her head. 2? See, now I'm going on the record as saying I am officially worried. 2 gallons of water is not going to be enough if the power's out for 3 months. Still chuckling over Sandy, Mila pulled into the parking lot of the grocery store. Cars clogged the lanes waiting for empty parking places to open up. On the other side of the grocery store windows, she could see long lines of people waiting at the checkout lines. Mila tapped her fingers on the steering wheel and took a mental inventory of her grocery situation. Saturday, she'd gone to the store and picked up her weekly supply of water. She was pretty sure that would be fine. Plus, she had enough food in the freezer to last her for 2 weeks. More if she was careful. She'd be all right. Mila swerved around a few cars and turned around, headed for home. Half a mile down the road, her phone rang. Mila pressed her Bluetooth. Did you stop at the store? Sandy asked. Mila glanced at the rearview mirror. Where are you? Are you following you? Girl, please. I'm home by the pool relaxing because I already did my shopping. But I know you. Mila laughed. And don't forget to get canned food. Frozen food won't do you any good if the power's out. The woman had a point there. Mila let out a sigh as they said their goodbyes, then did a U-turn in the middle of the street. 2 hours later, after letting Rudy out, she lugged 8 gallons of water up to the 3rd-floor apartment after making 3 additional trips to her truck. Let it rain. She was ready. The wind began to pick up at about 8 p.m. that night. Mila had arrived home to find the house closed up like Fort Knox, with the wooden storm shutters drawn over most of the windows. Not seeing Sergio's car, she'd snuck and opened a few of them. Without the ocean wind sweeping through her apartment, it got so hot, sweat dripped down her back, and she wasn't even comfortable in a tank and shorts. Air conditioning was an option. A very expensive option. Her first electric bill on the island ate up almost half of her paycheck. Since then, she stuck to overhead fans and the fresh air Mother Nature provided. At 8:30, she finished her dinner salad and went outside to look at the moon. It was full. In the distance, she saw a huge wall of waves breaking against the cove's coral barrier. From her balcony, the waves looked like they were a good 20 feet, but it was hard to tell. She glanced at the driveway. Sergio's truck still wasn't there. Why was she even looking for him? The Playboy Fisherman was probably going to ride out the storm, literally, at one of his girlfriend's houses. And that was his right. They were neighbors. Nothing more. Nothing less. At least that's what she wanted to believe. She rolled her eyes and shook her head, though. Truth be told, it was kind of a romantic idea. Spending the storm alone with someone you found attractive. It burned her to think that's what he might be doing. After a few minutes, she stepped back inside. Rudy wagged his tail and brushed against her leg for pets. "It'll be just you and me, mister. If this storm even comes." By 9:30, not one drop of rain had fallen, but Mila's lids had several times. She relocated from her couch, where she'd been watching a Netflix documentary, to the bed. Around midnight, a thunderous noise blasted through the apartment. Every nerve in Mila's body screamed, and she almost jumped out of her skin. Sounds like gunfire beat against the roof. The walls creaked. On the floor next to the bed, Rudy barked, louder and deeper than she'd ever heard. She opened her bedroom door to inspect, and he dashed out beside her. Even in the near dark, she could see books strewn on the tile floor, and two of the dining room chairs turned over. Several pictures were laying in pieces. Gusts of howling wind had blown one of the French doors open. Damn! She should have closed the hurricane shutters. Smack. 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 The door flapped violently against the wall. Mila raced through the opening, grabbing the wooden shutter outside, using all of her body weight to pull against the determined wind. Once. Twice. She fell back on the slippery balcony stones. Slicing rain pelted her, soaking through her t-shirt and shorts instantly, needling against her fingers and face. Spanish tiles whipped past, peeled from the roof by the wind and rain. Flying tiles meant shrieking roofing nails. She ducked inside her shoulders, wishing for nothing more but to crawl back under her covers. But she couldn't leave the door open. The wind and rain would destroy everything. She grit her teeth, shouldering against the wood until she was able to get the shutter closed. Her wet fingers slipped over the metal clasps until they stiffened from the cold rain. On the 5th try, she got them locked in place. No sooner had she stepped away from the closed door than the infernal wind blasted open the apartment door on the other side of the room. That's when Mila's horrified gaze landed on her truck, with the windows wide open. Panic blasted her chest. She'd been so frazzled from her grocery store trip and desire to let Rudy out, she'd forgotten her red weld in the truck. Damn! Could she be any more off her game? Visions of ruined papers floating on water filling her only means of transportation up to the steering wheel prompted her to grab her car keys from the dish next to the door. She sprinted outside, her faithful Rudy fast on her heels. Mila was midway down the stairs when she heard the door slam shut behind them. No! Sergio's warning about the self-locking door came back to her. Yes, apparently she could be more off her game. Nowhere to turn if she wanted to, Mila rushed through waterlogged grass, the icy rain falling so heavily that it sloshed around her ankles and Rudy's belly. She scooped him up and slogged the rest of the way to the Jeep. As she slammed the door shut behind her, Something thrown by the wind sliced her cheek. Water ran in rivulets into her eyes and mouth. With one hand, she wiped. Using the other, she jabbed her key in the ignition, desperate to roll up the windows. The engine clicked several times, then fell silent. At least if it made any other sound. It was drowned out by the rain splattering the metal roof and hood. She tried again. It was no use. It wouldn't start. Mila slammed her fist against the steering wheel. Rudy whined and snuggled closer to her. Rain hit them from all directions. Claps of thunder roared nearby. A bolt of lightning turned the night sky bright before crackling so loud every hair on Mila's body stood up. All of the trees in the yard danced in wild frenzy as the wind whipped them against the ground. Suddenly, Mila was sure she was going to die. God, why hadn't she called her sisters back? Sydney'd called back again to ask about the hearing. Zoe had too. She'd been too embarrassed to answer honestly, figuring if she let a few days go by before returning the calls, they'd forget. Her heart twisted at the thought of not making it out of the storm and never being able to tell them goodbye. Another bolt of lightning cut the sky just as the driver's door flew open. Mila screamed, squeezing Rudy close and her eyes shut. "Stateside, are you trying to die tonight?" Mila opened her eyes. Frozen with fear, she remained fixed to the seat, staring as Sergio's eyes went from bewilderment to concern. You're bleeding? Are you hurt anywhere else?" His voice was gruff. Mila shook her head as warm tears mixed with the rain and rolled down her cheeks. She'd heard about people being paralyzed with fear, but always thought it was an exaggeration. Now she knew. She'd never been so scared in all of her life. Before she even registered what was going on, she felt two strong arms reach behind her back and legs, sweeping her up. Warm, wet, and oh, so stable. Mila pressed her cheek against his chest, then lifted it, not wanting to get blood on his shirt. "Wait, my file. I came out to get my file." Sergio pressed his lips together, and Mila could tell he was biting back an admonishment. Something about that made her laugh. She wasn't thinking clearly. Had the object hit her that hard? He gave her an odd look as he carried her across the yard and into his apartment, where he laid her on his couch. Rudy jumped from her lap, shook, and laid down on the floor at her side. "I'll be right back." Sergio came back with a towel that he pressed to her face. He took her hand and placed it on the towel. "Hold this here." He went outside. A few minutes after that, he came back inside and put her sopping wet Redweld by the door. Mila still hadn't moved. One towel was draped around her shoulders, right where he'd left it. She held the other to her head. Sergio peeled it away, using a flashlight to inspect. "I don't think it'll need stitches. Sometimes the face just bleeds a lot. But keep this here. Does it hurt?" It didn't hurt. Nothing hurt. She was numb all over, in fact. Sergio stared at her for a few minutes, probably thinking about what a mess she looked like. The flicker of self-consciousness lit something inside of her, and Mila looked around the room for the first time. "Mila? Does it hurt?" Mila smiled. "No." That was the first time he'd called her by name. Sergio knelt down before her. "You're wet to the bone, gal." She looked into those moss-green eyes, and the heat in them warmed her rain-chilled skin. "So are you." She hoped her voice didn't sound as breathless to his ears as it did to hers. He started rubbing the towel over her hair, gently, squeezing moisture from the ends of her curls. The cloth must have gotten saturated quickly because he got up and came back with 3 more beach towels. She lifted one from the couch beside her and mirrored his movements, sliding the cloth over his shoulders and down his chest. On the other side of the hurricane shutters, the wind shrieked. Palm branches lashed the wood. A loud boom cut the lights and sent her diving into his arms. "It's okay. I think a tree just fell. But it didn't land on the house. It probably won't be the only one before the night's over. But we're safe here. The big trees are far enough away that if they fall, they won't hit the house, and the palms won't do any major damage. The structure should hold up against the winds, too." He held her tight as he spoke, his words vibrating through his chest into hers. Mila felt her tension dissolving, and her grip on him relaxed until she finally let go and backed away. "This is embarrassing. I swear, I am not usually a wimp. I guess I've never been in a storm like this before." "Nobody's judging you. Only a fool wouldn't respect the power of Mother Nature." "Right, a fool." She cringed. She'd been such a know-it-all. Or maybe someone who didn't know. "We all have our firsts," he said. Was he letting her off the hook? It sure felt like it. She heard him moving in the dark, and seconds later a match scratched and sparked. Sergio lit a candle. Using the flame from the first one, he lit 4 more. "There. Now we have light." His smile in the glow of the candlelight sparkled. Mila checked the towel. The bleeding had stopped. He reached for the radio and turned it on. A calypso song played just loudly enough to drown out some of the storm, taking the edge off of her fear. Sergio stood and took her hand, pulling her from the couch. "What are you doing?" she asked. "When I was a boy, the black storms made me cry. I know you said you don't like music, but my tia used to turn on the radio to drown out the sound of the thunder growling. It works. And this is how I learned to dance." Mila went rigid. "I don't dance?" He laughed. "Of course you don't, statesider, but you are." Mila looked down. Her chest was pressed against his. Her hips were swaying, and he still held her hand. "You haven't lived until you've slow danced in a black storm." He smiled down at her. The music picked up tempo, and he slid his hand to her hip before gently nudging her away and lifting her wrist. Instinctively, she pirouetted. Memories of her father, the reason she didn't dance, spinning in her mind with her. "Someone taught you a little something about dancing." "My father used to dance with me when I was a girl." "Ah, Daddy's little girl?" She felt her shoulders go rigid again. "Not quite." "Oh, I'm sorry. Something happened?" She sighed. She never talked about her parents, not even with her sisters. Something about the chaos of the storm had her breaking all of her rules. "He died in a car accident when I was 7 years old." Sergio stopped dancing and cupped her face with his hands, using his thumbs to rub her cheeks, careful to avoid the cut. The darkness seemed to be blurring the lines for him too. His candlelit eyes, full of tenderness, made her heart melt. "I'm sorry, Mila." His tone rippled through her, reaching the 7-year-old deep inside, unlocking an ancient pain she didn't even know she carried, and sending words spilling from her tongue. "They'd gone out to a Christmas party and left us home with a sitter. My sisters and I danced to Rudolph tunes all night. While we were singing our hearts out, his car crossed the yellow line and ran into a pickup truck. Everyone died. Both of my parents. The other driver. I couldn't bring myself to dance again after that. Music was never the same again either." "Dios mío!" "My sisters and I went to live with Big Mama, my grandmother. I overheard her talking to my grandfather once. Turns out my father had been drunk that night." Catching herself, Mila brought her fingers to her lips. "Wow. I think I've probably spoken more tonight about my father than I have in the last 20-some years." "Sounds like you were long overdue." He took her hands. "Do you talk about it with your sisters?" She shook her head. "No, there's no need for them to know. That's a lot to carry alone. Their peace of mind is worth it." And for the first time since she'd met him, Sergio didn't argue, just held her. It was nice, this temporary truce. Mila liked it, feeling connected to him. She snuggled against his warm chest, slow dancing while the storm wailed outside. Normally she would have been embarrassed about sharing so much, but tonight she just felt safe and comfortable. She lifted her chin to look up at him. "What about your parents? I've met your aunt. Do your parents live on the island, too?" A flash of sadness danced in his eyes. "No. I don't know my father. Or really my mother, I guess. She left me with my aunt when I was 3. He paused, and for a second, she sensed him fighting the urge to close up. She was a professor, and raising an energetic boy conflicted with her work. Mila winced for the boy in him who probably still carried the pain of that early abandonment. A professor of what? She asked, struggling to understand what could have been more compelling than raising one's own child. Nautical mythology, he said, a wry smile tugging his lips. The water and the island fascinated her, but not the reality, just the mythos. She ran her finger along his forearm. Is that part of the reason you got this Poseidon tattoo? He shrugged. Yes, no, maybe. Does one ever fully understand their subconscious? She called recently. Apparently, her dying wish is to make peace with her son. Wow. What are you going to do? Sergio sighed. I don't know. I guess I'm waiting for a sign. The music switched to soca, with a beat coming faster than the rain outside, and energy that went through the roof. The DJ came on. Hey, my people, if the storm ain't making you jump, this music will. Hug the babies and kiss the ladies while we ride out the night. VI, strong. We got this, fam. Sergio's hips started winding and grinding. Mila could tell he couldn't have helped it if he wanted to. I'm sorry, he said in that shy but sexy way of his that made her knees go weak. The swing from confident to humble left her dizzy in the best way. Oh no, this is just what the doctor ordered, she said, starting to sit. Trust me. It's even better if you participate too. He pulled her close to him and she tried to dance along, but her hips felt stiff. I can't. This is above my level. Girl, I heard you when you said your grandma was from here. You may not have been born here, but you got it in ya. She tried to follow along, and at some point she stopped caring about how she looked and just surrendered to the music. 30 minutes must have passed before they finally stopped. The chill was gone, and so were her fears. Mila yawned. You're tired? He asked. A little. Her eyes swept the room. The layout of his apartment was identical to hers. That meant just one bed. Sergio picked up a candle and took her hand. She felt herself tense, but she followed anyway. Surely, he wasn't planning that they should sleep together. Who was she fooling? Complications be damned. That storm had broken down everything, including her defenses. She didn't want to sleep alone. Here, you and the dog can sleep in here. Realizing he didn't intend for them to sleep together, Mila felt a painful shiver of disappointment rack her body. Oh no, I can't put you out of your own bed. I'll sleep on the couch. Trust me, Mila. You'll sleep better in here. Good sleep is important. What about your sleep? I can sleep standing up, I insist. Before she could protest further, Sergio gently closed the door. Chapter 12. Sergio. Like an opera singer warming up for a big performance, Pig had his own pre-show ritual. He always flapped his stubby wings and shook his tail feathers before he announced the start of a new day. This morning was no different, except for the fact that he was in Sergio's living room. At the sound of ruffling plumage, Sergio's eyes blinked open. Sleeping on the couch nearby, he reached out, rubbing his fingers along the bird's spiky red comb, causing Pig to cluck and whine contentedly. We don't want to wake Mila, okay, buddy? No doubt the storm had sucked water and sand away from shore, leaving a murky mess that wouldn't have made for good fishing. Better to wait a day or two before heading out. Normally, he would have rolled back over to get a few more hours of sleep. But knowing Mila was a few steps away in his bed had made sleeping difficult all night and impossible now. Sergio smiled. The memory and dancing with her in the candlelight was something he couldn't get out of his head. They'd fallen into step with one another so easily, their bodies finding each other's rhythm as naturally as the moon and tide. And the way his body had responded to her. God, if she could make him react that way with just a dance, He couldn't imagine what they could do in the bedroom. After their talk last night, her opening up about her father, he didn't think he'd ever be able to look at her without wanting her again. What kind of strength and love would it take to carry a secret like that alone in order to protect her sisters? Holding back last night had been one of the hardest things he'd done in a long time. He grunted and chucked a pillow over his head. There was no way he could go for the statesider. Maybe she wasn't as bad as he'd originally thought. But she was still dead set on taking that land and using the islands as a jumping-off point for some high-paying career. His freewheeling lifestyle was perfect for him. Charm the tourists and enjoy their vacations like they were his, too. He leapt up from the couch and went to the bathroom to douse himself in cold water. On the way out, he paused by his bedroom door. His muscles twitched, with the desire to nudge it open for a quick peek. Reluctantly, he dragged himself away, down the hall and out the front door. 2 hours later, Sergio tossed another armful of palm fronds into a chest-high pile in the rear yard. He'd already been to his aunt's house and back, with a metal roof, shatterproof windows, and galvanized steel securing the walls to the rafters. Her only worries were debris and power outage, but her special generator was already running. Other than a few downed trees away from the house, she was fine. 6 of his cousins had spent the night at her place to keep her safe. Knowing Mila would be alone, he'd opted to stay at the rental property. Driving back from his aunt's house, he'd gotten a glimpse of the storm's devastation. Power lines were down all over the island. Trees had been uprooted or robbed of their foliage. Great swaths of land had gone from green to brown overnight. Many cars that hadn't been damaged by trees and debris still suffered smashed windows from the heavy winds blasting through. Still, St. Croix had been lucky. The island had seen and survived much worse. And wiping his hands on his cargo shorts, he looked up to find Mila outside watching him. A thrill coursed through his chest as he realized he'd been looking forward to this moment since before dawn. "Slept well?" Her chin tilted slightly and it looked like she laughed to herself. "I actually did." "Are you sure?" Something in her answer struck him as strange, and he couldn't put his finger on it. "Positive. It's just that I can never sleep well in anyone else's bed. But that's the first good night's sleep I've had in months," she said. Knowing she'd been comfortable in his bed made him happy, but he frowned nonetheless. Good sleep was important. That wasn't just a line last night. He'd noticed the circles under her eyes. Didn't detract from her beauty, but he'd noticed. "Sour sop tea will help with that." "Sour sop tea?" He crossed over to the tree in the backyard and plucked a ripe one about the size of a pineapple. "Best fruit on the island. Boil the leaves for a tea that will knock you right out." "I've been wondering what this is." She took the green, spiky fruit from his hands, their fingers lightly grazing as she did. An image of her in his arms last night popped up, along with his libido. "Now you know. Why don't you take it upstairs and cut it up for breakfast? I got your door unlocked and found an extra set of keys. You should put a spare somewhere, just in case." "Wow, you've been busy. Lots of cleanup." He tossed another armload of palm fronds into his machine. It chewed it up hungrily. "What's this?" "Just a little machine I made for the garbage. Turns it into electricity." Her eyes grew wide, and he could tell she was impressed. His chest swelled with pride. "What can you put in here?" "It takes all kinds of garbage. This chute is for organic." He pointed to an opening next to the first. "This is for plastic. This is for metal. The converter transforms it from its original state into energy that I use to power the house. I built one for my aunt's house, my house, 6 of my cousins' houses, and the restaurant." She gave him that look again, full of admiration that made him feel like he could do anything. "This is genius, Sergio. Do you realize what this could do for the island?" "Por supuesto, of course I do." "Well?" He smiled. "I've made and distributed about 72 of these, but they're expensive. Raise the prices. People would buy these instead of generators." He nodded, but said nothing. Sergio, please tell me you're charging people for these? The woman missed nothing. He shrugged. You're not charging people for these, Sergio? He sighed and walked to collect more debris from the yard. He didn't want to have this conversation. His family had already bombarded him with every argument one could make on the topic. Most of the people he'd made his contraptions for wouldn't be able to afford a generator. One day, he might consider charging, but in the meantime, he just wanted to make sure people who needed energy and would use his machine to cut down garbage had access to it. Mila headed toward the house, stopping at the bottom of the stairs to look over her shoulder back at him. You know, I think I misjudged you, Sergio Gomez. You're not such a bad guy after all. He snorted. Calm it, statesider. One good deed does not a saint make. She tossed her chin back. If you say so. If you say so. Mila. Amazing how quickly the air changed. One night with the apartment closed up left a musky, dank odor throughout. Mila opened the French doors and the shutters, now harmless, as though last night had never occurred. But it had, and she was wearing proof. She shrugged out of Sergio's t-shirt, folding it and tucking it into the top drawer of her dresser. He'd get it back when he asked for it. Until then, she was going to keep it as a reminder of their night together. Laughing and dancing with him had been some of the most fun she'd had in ages. More than that, she found herself incredibly attracted to his sense of humor. There was no way the feeling could have been mutual, though she was sure she'd caught his gaze lingering. There'd even been a point last night when they were chest to chest that she was sure he wanted to kiss her. He probably found himself in that position several times a week, though. After all, you don't earn the nickname Playboy Fisherman for chastity. Although other than the dark-haired woman that first day, he hadn't had any female company. So far as she could tell, all of the band members who came to practice were men. That didn't mean anything. He probably went to the women's places, though he was home every night. And during the day, she was pretty sure he divided his time between fishing and working in his aunt's restaurant. Maybe he was going through a dry spell, one that just happened to coincide with her time at the house? No. It wasn't possible that he'd be interested in her. Guys like Sergio never gave her a second look. She was too serious for their tastes. They liked the outgoing supermodels or actresses who were just as wild and carefree as they were. She went to the kitchen, where she'd left the saursop and cut it up as Sergio had instructed, laying the big white chunks in a fruit bowl. Once they were all neatly arranged, she plopped a smaller one into her mouth. She moaned out loud. Talk about a conversion experience. It was delicious. She grabbed a gallon of cold water from the fridge, fully aware that it was now a luxury. She brought it downstairs to Sergio, along with the fruit bowl and 2 ice-filled glasses. Soursop is amazing! I think it's my second favorite food after lentil balls. She arched her eyebrow, carefully avoiding the piles of debris around the yard. He took the glass of ice water with a smile, draining it in one long gulp. Yep, and this is almost as refreshing as that melonade. Have you tried it? He winked, then lifted his t-shirt to wipe the sweat from his forehead, revealing washboard abs. Trying to cool her thoughts, she cast a glance at the ice cubes floating in the water. The last time I tried, they had just run out because someone beat me to it. Sergio laughed. Guessing this was the first break he'd taken all day, she refilled his glass without asking. If you weren't eating soursop and lentils balls up in that cold, barren wasteland you all call the States, what were you eating? Sergio asked. Lobster. Every night. Fresh from the frigid waters of coastal Maine. She joked. Ah, you poor thing. Have you tried Caribbean lobster? Is there such a thing? Oh, statesider, I have so much to teach you. Mila smiled. That's one lesson I'll happily learn. Lobster is my favorite. Come on, let's go sit out front. Empty of chairs, she bypassed the pool deck and kept walking until they hit the beach, where they sat cross-legged on the sand. She put the bowl down between them. Sergio picked up a chunk and plopped it into his mouth. Studying the beach was totally disorienting. Wow. This place looks completely different. So much of the sand is gone that it looks like the moon with all of the smoothed coral. It'll come back. Give it a few months, Sergio said between bites. Further up the beach, Mila spotted a sailboat washed ashore. She gasped. Sergio's eyes followed hers. Yeah, I'm sure that's not the only one, he said. The magnitude of the storm damage was starting to set in for her. All up the shore, palm trees were broken and bent. Hard coral outcroppings appeared at the water's edge, only yesterday hidden by sand. A nearby dock was half gone. Cement seawall at the condominium several yards away looked like it had been hammered to smithereens. Her eyes met Sergio's. He was staring at her. Watching his gaze slide to her lips, an image of the flyer she'd seen on the Sweet Spot's corkboard came to mind. She felt something shimmer in the space between them, and her breath caught. At the same moment, a gentle breeze swept over the water, almost as though Mother Nature was nudging them together. It blew the tip of a curl into her mouth. His finger rose, hovering near her lips, as if to push it back, then dropped with the wind. Sergio turned back toward the water. There's lots of cleanup to do. Businesses are shut down all over. Those that are open will have lines. The radio said your office is going to be closed for the rest of the week. Yeah? We were lucky. I'm going to see if the neighbors need help. Her heart constricted. The moment had passed. There were so many things she'd like to do with Sergio and a week off, but he was right. Helping others couldn't wait. I'll go with you. When the extent of the storm damage became apparent, 1 week off turned into 2. During that time, she and Sergio worked side by side, non-stop, helping all of the neighbors in the area. Electricity and cell phone towers were out island-wide. Some had lost parts of their roofs. In those cases, they, along with others, helped to build makeshift roofs out of blue tarps. Others had windows blown out, causing flooding and massive interior damage. They helped those neighbors to get rid of the goods destroyed beyond repair. Mila found that she and Sergio made a good team. Most nights they got home at dusk, exhausted. But no matter how tired they were, Sergio spent a while on his drums. He coaxed her into dancing. Dance is to the musician what the egret is to the cow. She'd laughed at his analogy and then he'd laughed too. Her movements grew more and more fluid, more and more brave. Bending her knees, jumping, twirling, lifting her chin to the sky, letting the sounds of his drums guide her. Mila felt something unlocking inside of her. Sometimes he'd call to her, tell her to mimic the waves. She'd allow her arms to roll freely. She became a wave that could dance. Sometimes he'd tell her to mirror the trees, and she'd let her back sway. She became a tree that did dance. When he played fast on the djembe, her bare feet stomped the grass. When he rolled his fingers lightly across the cowhide, she pressed her toes more gently into the earth. Using his music, he touched her in places she'd never been touched before, in ways no one else would probably ever dream of doing. They formed a kind of symbiosis. She was like a puppet on his string, and she trusted him to move her in a manner that brought her pure joy. Each night she noticed her confidence increasing until Sunday night, when he turned on the radio after dinner and they had something of a dance-off that lasted until midnight. At the end, she collapsed into his arms. When she pulled away, their eyes locked. His sliders were open, and an ocean breeze blew through, carrying the intoxicating scent of his musk. Mila bit her lip. Sergio caught his breath. It's late. You should go to bed. Sleep is important. He took a step toward the door and she followed, uncertain if the interest she swore she'd seen was real or a projection of her own deep desires. Chapter 13. Mila. Mila clutched her ceramic coffee cup with both hands, concentrating on keeping her expression neutral. It was Monday morning, her first day back in the office after the storm shut them down, and she was already swimming in cortisol. Sitting at the conference room table with Sandy, 3 other deputies, and 2 police officers, she couldn't believe what she was hearing. At the head of the table, an angry Attorney Croix jabbed a remote control, pausing a grainy image on the large movie screen used for viewing video evidence. This is surveillance video of Plot 278. We believe this to be Sergio Gomez, same height and complexion as Gomez. He's wearing the same coral shirt Gomez was wearing in the paper the day he confronted Attorney St. James in the courtroom, Officer Montgomery said. The officer froze the frame on a close-up of the cuffs. He held a copy of the paper's picture up. The design was definitely the same. Mila's stomach dropped for what had to be the 10th time in the last 5 minutes. None of this is a surprise. Everyone on the island knows that he's one of the biggest opponents of this new project, Croix said. He jabbed the button again, and the man on the video crouched low before running up to a bulldozer, climbing into the driver's seat, and smashing the dashboard to bits. The next 20 minutes showed the shadowy figure doing the same thing to every other piece of equipment at the site. He caused hundreds of thousands of dollars in property damage and, in delaying our project, he could cost us with the construction company, Croix said. When was this recorded? Mila asked. Sandy shot her a puzzled look that let Mila know her efforts at keeping her tone neutral weren't fooling anyone. Croix pressed a few buttons on the remote, and numbers came up on the screen. He comes on at 22 Orjbai, and we don't see him leave until 22:37. So between 10 March and 10:37? Which night? Mila took a sip of her coffee, as much to hide her face as to wet her suddenly dry throat. Last night, Montgomery said. Mila swallowed. Hard. This is unacceptable. Have you drafted a complaint yet, Sergeant? Croix demanded. The man shook his head. We wanted you to see it first, on account of who it was. Oh no. Pride of the VI or not, Gomez gets no favors from this office. Do your due diligence, but if you can't get anyone in his family or one of those little tarts he favors to verify his whereabouts, I expect you to bring him in. Are we clear? Crystal. Both officers stood. Good, Croix said. The men left the room, and he turned his attention back to the remaining attorneys. You're probably wondering why I called you in at this early stage. The storm has made this project even more important than ever. The office being closed these last 2 weeks didn't stop the governor from calling my personal cell phone almost every single day. Didn't sideline opposing counsel either. He filed a motion to dismiss. I want everyone to pitch in and help Attorney St. James with any requests she has. She's in charge of this team, and if she tells you to jump, you say how high. Understood? The team spoke their assent. Satisfied, Croix left them all. Any other day, Mila would have been happy to be in charge. That day, she walked back to her office with her head down. What's going on? Sandy said, sitting in the chair in front of Mila's desk. Something's wrong. You're squeezing that mug so tight I'm surprised it didn't break, and you're 10 shades lighter than normal. Mila sighed and her head fell into her hands. That bad? Sandy asked. She looked up at Sandy, tears rimming her eyes. Oh, honey, what's wrong? Whatever it is, you know I got you, girl. Sandy scooted around the desk and put her arm around Mila. She gave her friend a quick hug and waved her back to her chair. Instead of moving, Sandy picked up a tissue box, snatched one out, and handed it to her. Was it the storm? Did it freak you out? That's a lot to take if you've never been through one before. Hundreds of people leave and never come back after each big one. You know I stopped by your house to check on you 3 times, but you were gone each time. Sandy's words came out a mile a minute, a sure sign of her concern. It's not that. Not at all. The storm was fine. I mean, it was scary as hell and I got locked out of my apartment. What? Sandy shouted. immediately catching herself and smacking her hands over her mouth. Sorry, I'll be quiet. But Mila, I told you to stay at my house, you stubborn woman. Now Sandy had tears in her eyes, and Mila felt bad. How did you survive that storm outside? That's just it. Sergio came along and brought me inside to his apartment. Sandy waggled her brows and let loose a slow grin. Her demeanor suddenly changed. Ah, so you were rescued by the Playboy Fisherman. That's like every woman on the island's hurricane fantasy. Sandy hurried over to the chair and leaned forward eagerly. My God, wait! You were rescued by the Playboy Fisherman? She repeated, understanding dawning as she leaned back in the chair. Mila held up her hand. It wasn't like that. Nothing happened. You spent the night with the most sought-after man on the island, one of the most sought-after men in the Caribbean, and nothing happened? I don't think I could be more disappointed right now. Mila laughed, and Sandy smiled. Sorry, I know. It's not about me. Continue, please. Sandy waved Mila on. Well, maybe a little something happened, but not really. We danced. I was scared and he put the radio on to soothe me, and we started dancing. Dancing? Slow or fast? Both. Sandy clasped her hands to her chest. Oh, that is so romantic, Mila. Do you have any idea how romantic that is? She sighed and scrunched her nose. It was kind of romantic. And that's the thing. I feel like we connected. We ended up spending every day together after that, working on cleanup with the neighbors. At night, we came home and listened to music and danced. You listened to music and danced? Ah, wait. But you hate both of those things? I know. She frowned. But not with him. With him, everything is just so different. He's got this contagious, fun spirit. And well, anyway, last night, I know he couldn't have been the person in the video because he was at my apartment, giving me dancing lessons from 8 o'clock until 11 o'clock. Sandy's eyes went as wide as golf balls. Oh, crap. Oh, crap is right. There was no way she could tell Croix. Chapter 14. Sergio. Here you are, Señor Reyes, Sergio said, setting a dish of filleted mahi and mango curry sauce with garlic spinach and coconut rice in front of the old man. Que rico! Smells delicious, son. Tell your tia to come out here so I can thank her for the extra rice when she gets a minute. Will do, sir, Sergio said, clearing some empty plates from the nearby table before heading back to the kitchen to grab the next dish. Like most of the people in his family who worked at the restaurant, Sergio was able to wear just about every hat. Growing up, his aunt loved to cook and turned everyone in hand's reach into a helper. For years, she ran a little restaurant of sorts out of her living room. People from all over the island would come by for styrofoam takeout containers of whatever island delight she'd cooked in bulk that day. Usually 2 or 3 different options were available. When she made callaloo, the line stretched from their front door to the old church on the corner. There were always a couple of people who'd stay to eat their meals at any given time. His aunt loved cooking for people, hearing their laughter and compliments as they enjoyed her food, and it made Sergio happy to see her happy. So the first year of his contract with Kelta, he bought an old building in downtown Christiansted and hired some guys from high school to fix it up. When he came home for Christmas that year, he surprised his aunt with the keys. They'd been going gangbusters ever since. Sergio picked up 2 slices of piña colada, rum cake Nessa had made fresh this morning. He was carrying them to a table where 2 pale-skinned tourists in Hawaiian shirts sat smiling and smelling of sunblock when a couple of policemen walked in. Afternoon, fellas. Sit anywhere you like. When both officers just nodded and stayed by the door, he knew they weren't there for his cousin's cake or his aunt's curry. Sergio set the desserts before the tourists. These smell delicious, they both said in unison. Sergio guessed they'd been married almost as long as he was alive. Everything about them seemed to complement. A twinge of envy panged in his chest, and an image of Mila flashed through his mind. "Can I get you anything else?" he asked, pushing thoughts of the off-limits woman to the side. They shook their heads, and Sergio smiled before turning away to approach the officers. He'd played football with both of them, and had enough respect for each of them not to bring that up now. "What's up, guys? I'm getting some pretty serious vibes." The taller one, Russell, was the only one to look him in the eye. "We gotta bring you in for questioning." Confused, Sergio cocked his head. "Questioning?" There was an incident at the landfill site. Sergio crossed his arms over his chest. "I don't see what that's got to do with me." Sergio hadn't raised his voice, but he was aware that the restaurant had grown quiet. He sighed. Rather than make a scene his aunt would have to deal with, he took off his smock. "Hold on. Let me get someone to take over." As the three men climbed into the police cruiser a few minutes later, Russell held the door open for Sergio. Chapter 15. Mila. The office walls were notoriously thin. Mila always wondered if that wasn't deliberate, to make it easier for listening ears to overhear office grumblings, thereby discouraging them. Aware of the acoustics, she asked Sandy to step outside to continue their conversation. A light wind blew, and the sun shone brightly. Nothing about the weather hinted at the storm from 2 weeks ago, or the one brewing inside of Mila. "You can't tell Cross, Mila. He'll fire you. It won't be fair or right, but it won't matter. He'll do it, and you'll have to disclose that on future bar applications for the rest of your life. Sergio's hot, and it sounds like you guys have been having fun. But as your counselor and friend, I am here to tell you that you can't give up your career for a man like that." Mila glanced at Sandy and then back at the turquoise waters, so pretty and inviting. Jumping in to clear her mind sounded like such a good idea. Memories of her morning dip several weeks ago, when she'd opened her eyes to Sergio and Pig, came back to her, along with a blast of heartache. Who would take care of Pig if the police decided to detain Sergio? Mila instantly admonished herself for the thought. The bird would be fine. More than likely, Sergio would too. The system that she dedicated her life to would work itself out. "Promise me you won't get any noble ideas and open your mouth about last night," Sandy said, putting her hand on Mila's arm. She turned to face her friend. As she did, a police cruiser passed behind them. In the back sat a very stoic Sergio. Their eyes locked and held for 2, maybe 3 fleeting seconds before the cruiser turned the corner to the police station. But in those moments, a question was asked, and Mila wasn't sure she knew the answer. The DVD was still in the laptop when Mila returned to the boardroom looking for her answer. She picked up the remote Cross had left on the table and hit play. The grainy image filled the screen. Whoever the hammerer was, he did a good job of keeping his back to the surveillance cameras. As she watched the surveillance video again, one thing stood out. The mallet's hammer was yellow and black. Thinking back to the first day she discovered Sergio working on the hurricane shutters, she tried to remember the hammer he'd been using. The image of him flipping it and catching it by the handle came to her. The handle was definitely wooden. She smiled. That didn't mean he couldn't have more than one, but with only a few hardware stores on the island. Perhaps the police could run a check to see how many had been purchased in the last month with a yellow and black handle. "I thought I'd find you in here." Mila turned to see Sandy standing in the doorway. "Hey! Cross is gonna ask questions if he finds you in here." Mila squeezed the remote. "I just can't let this go. The cops are obviously on the wrong path. I'm trying to see if there's some clue I could give them that would put them on the right path." Sandy stared at the frozen image on the screen. "I can see why they are after Sergio. That looks a lot like him. What have you got so far?" "Maybe they could run a search on the mallet. See how many have been sold recently?" Sandy pressed her lips together. We're rebuilding after a hurricane. I'm guessing half the men on the island have been buying construction materials. Mallets are probably at the top of the list. True, but this one is huge. A lot bigger than your normal everyday tool. Sandy shrugged. Wouldn't hurt to take a drive. Chapter 16. Sergio. The officers loosened the cuffs on Sergio once he stepped into the interview room, where the only door could be locked from the outside. Containing a wooden table and 3 wooden chairs, he had a feeling that this minimalism was multi-purpose. One being a gradual introduction to cell life. "Have a seat," Officer Russell said, pulling out a chair on one side of the table and gesturing to the opposite side for Sergio. The second officer, Buchanan, remained standing by the side of the door for what Sergio assumed was safety. Protocol, if he decided to run. The fact that they thought he might think about running made him realize this was something serious. Other than reading him his rights as soon as he'd slid into the back of the squad car and briefly mentioning why they'd picked him up, none of the men had said anything on the drive over. Which was fine, because Sergio wasn't exactly in the mood for talking. They read him his rights again once he sat down, and he noticed a camera mounted to the ceiling in the corner of the room. He figured they were going to tape their little discussion, and were reading his rights to make sure nothing he said was coerced. The door opened, and a thin, middle-aged man in a gray suit and tie came in, holding a folder in his right hand. Sergio relaxed a bit because the guy looked like he was in charge. He hadn't realized it, but he assumed that the person in charge would be able to sort out whatever mistake had him sitting in that room. Suit guy stood next to the only vacant seat, directly across from Sergio, tapping the folder against his left hand. It was a rhythmless beat into a small, soft hand. Sergio rubbed his cuffed hands over his face. He'd started playing soccer at 3 years old. By 5, the better kids he played with knew the game was as much mental as it was physical. By 10, he could tell which of his opponents would make varsity and which would be stuck on junior until graduation. He also knew he was destined for the pros. This guy was Bush League. Forever. The only one in the room who didn't know it was him. Finally, Suit Guy dragged the chair away from the table, the wood squeaking against the scarred linoleum as he did. He sat, tossed the folder on the table, and thumbed it open. Upside down and 2 feet away, Sergio could see a stack of 8 by 10 color photographs. His eyes rose from the pictures to the man in the suit. "I'm Detective Greeley." He pointed to the upside-down picture. "This is you." Sergio let out a long breath, and with it, the last of his patience. "I got 3 words for you." "They better not be, 'It wasn't me,' because I can see plain as day. That's a lie." Detective Greeley pulled out a second image of Sergio and Mila. The newspaper clipping. In 2 seconds, he saw why the cop had walked in so cocksure. Both guys were wearing similar coral button-up shirts, with the funky cuff design. "Attorney! Phone call!" "Attorney? Why call an attorney if you don't have anything to hide?" Sergio threw his head back, fixing his eyes on the ceiling. Several brown circles stained it. It was starting to look like he'd be in this room to count them all before things were said and done. Sergio lowered his chin and held Greeley's glare. The man had a weak chin and narrow chest, but he didn't look away. "Where were you last night between the hours of 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock? Greeley demanded. Breaking eye contact, Sergio's eyes fell to the floor. Mila had seen him pass in the cruiser. By now, she knew he'd been taken in and why. He set his jaw. He would wait for her to answer any questions the police had about his whereabouts last night, or they wouldn't be answered at all. Chapter 17. Mila. Mila got home earlier than usual that night. Her heart fell when she pulled into the end of the empty driveway. On the way upstairs, she stopped to peek in Sergio's windows. The unit he'd been staying in looked empty too. And after spending the afternoon canvassing all of the hardware stores on island, she and Sandy discovered that only 2 carried the particular kind of mallet in the video. Normally, The police probably would have needed a warrant to get sales receipts. But Sandy knew everyone on island, and anyone she didn't know quickly became a friend. Mila was going to have to nickname her Honey Lips. She'd been able to sweet-talk the 2 store managers into giving over their sales receipts. Only 8 had been sold in the last 2 months. Mila gave the information to Sergeant Lawson, one of her buddies at the station. She knew it was asking a lot, but she'd hoped the police would have sorted things out by now, realized Sergio wasn't the man in the video, and released him. For the 100th time that day, she thought about walking into the station and providing Sergio's alibi. Her cell phone rang as she opened the door to her apartment, and Rudy came running to greet her. "Hey, boy," she said, giving him a few pets before he ran outside. "Hey, boy, has there been a romantic development in my big sister's love life that I need to hear about?" Sydney joked. Mila smiled sadly as she collapsed into a lounger on the wraparound balcony. "Hey, sis. It's good to hear your voice." "Wow. Are you avoiding my question?" "Woman, slow down. I just got home from work. If I'd known I was going to be interrogated as soon as I picked up the phone, I would have let it go to voicemail," Mila said. "You are avoiding my question. What's his name?" "Sydney! Stop it!" another woman said. "Zoe?" Mila asked. She hadn't heard from her twin in several weeks. The last year of medical school seemed to occupy all of her time. "We figured we'd tag team you, since you haven't been returning our calls," Zoe laughed. "If you're mad, it was Sid's idea." "Why would I be mad, Z? How's school going?" "She didn't tell you?" "She dropped out," Sydney said. Mila's whole body tensed down to her pinky toes. "No, she failed to mention that," she said, her voice flat. "Zoe, is this true?" Before Zoe could answer, Sydney cut in. "Cut her some slack, Mila. At least hear her reason before you get all parental. Zoe, tell her your reason." Zoe hesitated on the other end of the line while Mila tried to practice her breathing exercises. They'd invested thousands into Zoe's education. She couldn't believe her twin would walk away this close to the finish line. "I needed the money to make the perfect yurt with this guy I met at Burning Man," Zoe said. "Burning what?" Mila could barely contain the panic in her voice. Zoe and Sydney broke out into bales of laughter. "We're kidding, Mila. Oh my gosh, don't pass out. I can't provide medical care through the phone." Finally, Mila laughed too, some of the tension leaving her body. Her younger sister was the zaniest of the 3 sisters and probably the most unique. In some ways, Sydney reminded Mila of their father. You never knew what you were going to get with that man, but it was guaranteed to put a smile on your face, though their father was far more carefree than any of them. Thinking of their father always made her sad. Mila had designed her life to be a counterbalance to the blazing storm he'd left them when he died. Where he operated with reckless abandon, she embraced rules and structure. Her parents, young when they died, had left them all penniless, which was why the sisters had staggered their educations to help each other through school. Though Mila, assuming the title of eldest, having been born a full 12 minutes before her twin, also took on the bulk of the financial responsibilities. "Hello. Earth to, Mila," Zoe called through the phone, interrupting her train of thought. "Hey, Sydney. Sorry, I'm listening." "You are doing anything but listening. I just asked if you purchased your plane tickets home for Christmas because Devin and I are getting married on New Year's Day." "What? He proposed?" Mila spun around in a circle. "I am so happy for you." "See, I knew you weren't listening. That's the response I expected from my big sister." Sydney laughed. "Oh my gosh, little sister. Of course I'm gonna be there. I'll get my ticket this week." She bit her lip as she thought about how expensive tickets home were during the holidays. But there was no way she'd miss this time with her sisters. They spoke a while longer about wedding planning. Sydney wanted something small. Mila was pleasantly surprised when her sister told her she and her fiancé planned to fly down for Thanksgiving. This relationship was really bringing out the best in Sydney, who hadn't left the island for 5 years prior to Devin's return to her life. "Oh, one more thing. Feel free to bring a +1 to the wedding," Between my place and Devon's, there's plenty of room." Mila rolled her eyes and said goodbye, only pretending to be annoyed with her baby sister. Sydney's happy ending made sense. Always full of optimism and cheer, Mila expected nothing less for Sydney. Part of the reason she'd carried their family secret in silence was precisely so that Sydney and Zoe could live free of the shadow of their father's horrible deed. The payoff was nigh. Sydney's dream of marrying Devon was coming true, and Zoe would soon be practicing medicine. Zoe, whose next tuition installment Mila had planned to pay using some of the money from her next paycheck. One she might not get once she shared the news about Sunday night with Sergio. She glanced at the empty driveway. If she remained silent about Sergio, would she be no better than her father? Chapter 18. Sergio. Metal clanging against metal drew Sergio's attention to the cell door. They'd taken his watch and, of course, his cell phone, but he could tell from the sliver of sun coming in the small window near the ceiling that it was close to noon. One of the guards, whispering that everyone was secretly cheering for him, had slipped him an extra pâté for breakfast. Sergio hadn't bothered to tell the guy he wasn't their champion saboteur. Regardless, that had been at least 3 hours ago, so he figured this was the lunch drop-off. The door opened, and a tall, brown-skinned guard with a clean-shaven head tossed in a clear bag of clothes. "Get dressed. You're going home." He caught the bag as he stood. His knee ached from sitting for so long, even though he'd done calisthenics and sit-ups intermittently over the last 48 hours since his remand. He raised an eyebrow. "Did they drop the charges?" The guard shook his head, the fluorescent lights gleaming from his scalp as he did. Sergio felt something in him break. Had Mila not come forward? "I'll give you a minute to change, and then I'll bring you out front. Your aunt's waiting for you." "Thanks, brother." The guard closed the door, and Sergio got dressed. He should have been more specific with his prayers. He'd been asking God for a release for the last 2 days, but at no point did he want his aunt involved. The restaurant did okay, but she didn't have enough money lying around to pay the $75,000 bond the judge had issued. In the movies, when you were sprung from jail, a weathered friend always leaned against some cool car in the parking lot, cynical jokes at the ready. But no movie scene awaited Sergio. Instead, when he stepped into the lobby of the Golden Grove Correctional Facility, he found his aunt, inconsolable, along with his cousin Nessa, her fiancé Hector, and 4 other cousins. As soon as he cleared the metal detector, she wrapped her arms around him, flooding his neck with her tears. "Oh, Dios mío, I'm so sorry you had to sit in that filthy place for 2 days. I only found out this morning." Seeing his aunt cry was more than he could handle. Something inside him hardened as he patted her back. "Tia, no te preocupes. I'm fine, really. The guys treated me good." His aunt stood up and cast a stern eye on the officers in the room. "They better have. I fed just about every one of the boys in this place." She started weeping again. "Oh, mijo, you must be starving." "I'm fine, Tia. They fed me good inside. Come on, let's go." "No, you're not fine. Nothing about this is fine. My baby in a cage for a crime he didn't commit. This is a lot of things, but none of it is fine." The rest of the family stopped walking. His aunt was the most mild-mannered woman Sergio had ever met. She never raised her voice. His nostrils flared. Seeing her upset like this made him see red, and the one person he was most angry with was Mila. If his aunt was here, that meant she hadn't come forward. Chapter 19. Mila. On Wednesday afternoon, Mila sat at her computer, staring at the blank screen. She should have been working on the landfill case, but she couldn't bring herself to pull out the file. "You okay?" Mila dragged her glassy eyes away from the screen to see Layla, her secretary, standing in the door. "Yeah, all good over here. What's up?" Layla raised an eyebrow and tapped her bottom lip with her index finger. "Well, you must have been deep in thought because I've been standing here for the last few minutes trying to get your attention. You haven't eaten anything all day, and it's almost 3 o'clock. Manny's running out for afternoon coffee." Do you want anything? Mila put her hand on her stomach. It had stopped growling yesterday. Other than a piece of toast divided over the 2 days, she hadn't been able to eat. Her guilt over Sergio had been consuming her. No, I don't need any food. Thanks for asking, Layla. Okay. If you need to talk, I'm right outside. Layla inclined her chin and stepped away. Mila did need to talk, but there were only a few words that could make this right. Mila picked up the phone. 30 minutes later, she sat in a conference room with the police commissioner and Detective Greeley. After the preliminary introductions, Mila took control of the meeting. This is being recorded? Detective Greeley nodded. Mila took a deep, steadying inhale. Sergio Gomez couldn't have destroyed the machines Sunday night. Both of the men raised their eyebrows. Of course he did. We have video. Mila shook her head. What you have is video of someone with a similar build, similar complexion, and a similar shirt. How many men on this island could fit that description? Mila paused. Sergio wasn't there, because Sergio was across the island with me. Both of the men grunted and raised their eyebrows. The corner of the police commissioner's lips started to curl up. Mila felt her blood warm from a combination of embarrassment and irritation. As she'd suspected, this admission changed the way the men saw her. She waved her index finger. Before anyone gets any ideas, it wasn't that kind of party. Sergio is my neighbor. His aunt owns the building where I live. We've been working together on cleanup efforts since the storm. That night, after doing some cleanup near Frederiksted, we came home and cooked. She left out the part about the music and dancing. The men's expressions were already making her skin crawl. He left around 11 o'clock. Detective Greeley cleared his throat. Are you saying you're in a relationship with Sergio Gomez? Mila sighed loudly. No, I said what I said, and I believe you recorded it. Bottom line, you need to release Mr. Gomez. He isn't your man. Mila stood, fully prepared to let the chips fall where they may. No job was worth her integrity or one more second of an innocent man's freedom. Chapter 20. Mila. Wednesday evening, Mila felt light as a feather. Today was a first of sorts. Normally, everything in her life took a backseat to her career. Everything except her sisters. Supporting them financially was a large part of why she made the career decisions that she did. Speaking up to the commissioner and Detective Greeley had been liberating. For once, she'd allowed her own feelings to take center stage. Honesty was empowering. She couldn't wait to see Sergio. Pulling into the driveway, her heart leaped when she saw his red Jeep parked at the end. It had worked. They'd released him. She hopped out of her Jeep, hoping to see him as she hurried upstairs to let Rudy outside to play. Sergio's door was closed and the house was quiet but for the sound of the nearby ocean, so she went upstairs and came back down a few minutes later. Slowing as she approached his apartment, she smiled when the door opened. But her happiness was short-lived. The pretty woman with the long black hair stepped out. Slung over her shoulder was a stuffed Adidas overnight bag. "Oh, hey," she said, making eye contact with Mila. "Hey," Mila replied, trying not to let her hurt and confusion show. Sergio appeared seconds later. He had 2 overnight bags slung over his big shoulders and his fishing container in his hands. "Nessa, you go on ahead. I'll catch up." The woman smiled and continued on. For a few awkward moments, Mila and Sergio just stood there in his doorway. "Guess you're probably surprised to see me," Sergio finally said. She wasn't sure what to make of the comment. "I'm glad it didn't take them too long to release you." "Too long?" "I was locked up for over 2 days, Mila." Sergio's phone rang, and he set down the fishing container to pluck his cell from his back pocket. "Attorney Lloyd?" Mila watched as Sergio's facial expression went from tense to curious, to sunlit to cloudy. "So, when does my aunt get her money back?" He leveled his gaze on Mila. "Okay, great. Thanks, Lloyd." Sergio pushed the end button and slid the phone back into his pocket. "They dropped the charges?" she asked, hopeful. "Yeah. Lloyd told me you went in and told the police we were together Sunday evening." She shrugged. "It's the truth." It was the truth Monday morning when they took me in, Tuesday morning when I woke up in a cell, and Wednesday morning. It was the truth when my aunt put up her restaurant to bail me out, too. But somehow the story didn't get told until this afternoon. Crap. She'd waited too long. She'd been so busy enjoying her feeling of moral superiority that she'd stopped thinking about what 2.5 days meant to Sergio. But now, as she looked at him, she saw every second of worry and upset he must have experienced. "You're leaving," she finally said. "Yeah. This was just temporary." Something in his tone made her feel like he was talking about more than just the living arrangement, and her gut twisted. "I'll see you around." Sergio picked up his fishing cooler and strode to the Jeep. As he drove off, Mila realized that she didn't say the one thing she should have said. "I'm sorry." Mila didn't drink, but tonight she was tempted. Standing at the kitchen counter 30 minutes later, her cell phone rang. "Hey, Jim. How's it going?" "I'm heading to Cane Bay for dinner. You want to meet me there?" She didn't. What she wanted to do was curl up on the couch with a pint of Armstrong's mango ice cream to have a good cry. But there was no ice cream in the house, and she refused to let herself cry. She looked at Rudy, who was licking his bowl clean. Animals did need to eat, didn't they? And she was nothing if not a hungry animal. "Sure, I'll see you in 20. An hour later, Mila sipped on a virgin piña colada. The bill had been paid, and she'd finished the last of her fish tacos. Now she sat back in her bamboo chair, listening as Jim brought her up to speed on the workaround he'd put in motion to compensate for the damaged equipment. "I think I can get us up and running in 2-3 weeks tops, so long as everything goes well at the hearing next week." Good. Good. She half listened as Jim talked more about work. On a stage in the corner, a talented musician strummed his electric guitar, live looping it with several others, and mixing that with finger drums to make him sound like a full multi-person band. Locals loved him. Groups of people kept drifting in from the nearby beach. Normally, the lively music would have overwhelmed Mila's nerves. Tonight, to her surprise, she found herself tapping her foot, almost enjoying it, except for the dull ache in her chest that came from wishing Sergio were there to dance with her. Or anywhere, doing anything. She wasn't particular about the specifics, so long as they were together in peace. The singer switched up to a reggae song, and several couples trickled onto the dance floor. Mila was taking another sip from her drink when her eyes rounded and the ache in her chest expanded, engulfing her full body at the sight of one couple. Sergio. His arms were wrapped around a familiar brown-skinned woman as they slow ground about 10 feet away from her. The reporter. Mila coughed and almost spit her drink out. "What's wrong? Go down the wrong tube?" No. But I think I'm ready to head home." She put down her drink and picked up her purse. "Yeah, I could go for an early night myself. I'll walk you to your car." As they walked toward the exit, Mila did everything in her power not to turn around. Chapter 21. Sergio. Rage. If Sergio had to name his feeling, that would be the word he felt as Mila walked by with a white guy he didn't know. He could barely hear the music as he swayed along mechanically. Nessa, Hector, and a few of his other cousins had insisted he get out of the house that night. They ran into Marcia Gibbs, a high school friend, once they arrived at the restaurant. She was here to support her husband, Ronald Gibbs, a musical legend on the island. After a few rounds of Coral Fia shots, he relented when Marcia begged him to dance with her. The last thing he felt like was dancing. That's when he noticed Mila with another man. Their eyes met, and then she got up to leave. Sergio growled. Was he the reason she hadn't come forward to give his alibi? "Don't leave on my account, statesider," he said, stepping away from Marcia. So we're back to name-calling. She swiveled on her heel to face him. Her silky curls danced with her movement. Her eyes blazed as they shot from him to Marcia. It's a nickname. Maybe if you weren't so uptight, you'd be able to see the difference. Uptight. Let me guess, that's not an insult either. Self-centered, a phony. Those are insults. And if the truth hurts, good. Sergio took a swig of his beer, swallowed, and smiled at Mila, indifferent to the crowd that was forming around them. She reacted as though he'd smacked her in the face. Sergio saw it, and so did the guy there with her. Now that's enough, mister. I won't have you trash-talking this woman. The guy put his arm around Mila's tiny waist. A bolt of anger speared Sergio straight through the heart. He dropped his bottle, clenched his fist, and drew back, unleashing a punch that likely would have cracked the Yankee's jaw if Hector hadn't wrapped his arms around Sergio's waist and yanked him back. The swing missed, but the man's eyes rounded and his mouth fell open. The cowboy was definitely ready to rumble. Calmate, primo. You don't want to go back, do you? Nessa was at Hector's side, with her hand on Sergio's chest. Come on! Mila pulled the guy out of the restaurant. Sergio struggled against Hector, but his soon-to-be brother-in-law held firm. I'm not going to let you go, my man. You can talk to her tomorrow when you're sober. Sergio collapsed into a nearby chair. That was the problem. Sober or drunk, his emotions were always in such a state when he was around that woman that he could never say what he wanted to say. That could only mean one thing. He had it bad for a woman who could never be his. Chapter 22. Mila. The next morning, Mila was in a hurry, having slept late. She threw her hair up in a sloppy bun and didn't even consult her calendar before selecting the day's dress. Last night, she'd tossed and turned until at least 2 o'clock in the morning. Upset about Sergio. Their scene replayed over and over in her mind. The good news was that she'd learned the raven-haired beauty who'd showed up to the house all those weeks ago was his cousin. Did that mean the reporter he was dancing with wasn't a romantic interest either? Her heart raced at the thought, which was quickly followed by another feeling: guilt. She felt responsible for his outburst. If she'd come clean earlier, he wouldn't have spent 2 days in jail. He was right in what he'd said, and her own cowardice made her sick. She opened her door to leave for work and stopped short. On the tiled floor outside sat a vase of flowers, lilies and birds of paradise, with several orchids mixed in. Next to that, a thermos and a Tupperware container. Shocked. At first she questioned whether these items were actually left for her. No one else lived in the house. Well, except for Sergio. So they were definitely for her. For her. It had been years since she'd received flowers from a man. Seeing them now made her want to cry. This is beautiful. After carefully situating the arrangement in the middle of her dining room table, she came back for the Tupperware and thermos, soursop and bush tea. 2 recently acquired loves, thanks to Sergio. Her eyes moistened. Was he trying to apologize for last night? If anyone should be apologizing, it was her. At the bottom of the stairs, she found him, loading his fish cooler into the back of his Jeep. He was talking on the phone as he did. From the snatches of conversation she could hear, he was calling the restaurant to let them know how much of the fresh catch they could sell today. Leaning against the railing, she watched him. The Poseidon tattoo on his right forearm seemed to wink at her as Sergio went through his morning routine, oblivious to her appreciative gazes. Doubtlessly, the god of the sea would have approved of Sergio wearing his mark. When he finished his phone call, Mila stepped forward, smiling through her tension. Good morning. His eyes searched her face for a moment before breaking into his own tentative smile. Monin. She walked to him, still unsure if the flowers meant more than just a friendly apology. Sergio, thank you for the flowers, but, really, I'm the one who needs to apologize. You were right. The way I behaved with you was cowardly. It was sickening. I'm so sorry. Sergio's eyes darkened, and he brought his hand to her cheek, rubbing it gently with his thumb. "Thank you. I appreciate your apology, and I forgive you. And at the risk of getting into another argument, I disagree. I definitely owe you an apology for acting like a caveman last night." Mila shook her head and his hand away in the process. "I accept your apology." He held out his hand like he wanted to shake. Mila stared at it. Every cell in her body wanted to, but she couldn't bring herself to take it. She shook her head. "How? How can you ever forgive me for what I've done? I don't think I deserve your forgiveness, Sergio." "Look, it hurt. I won't lie. But the more I thought about it, the more I understood why you hesitated to speak up. Financially, you take care of your sisters. Jeopardizing your job puts the ones you love in a kind of risk. We all have to do what we think is right to protect the ones we love. And sometimes that means that other people get hurt." She winced at that last word. Hurt. He'd said it twice. She tried not to focus on his pain, but it was impossible. She shivered. A full-body reaction to the image of him sitting in a dingy cell, waiting for her to come forward, only to be disappointed minute after minute. Just then, his hand, back on her cheek, put her thoughts on pause. He slid his index finger under her chin and tilted it upwards, fixing that sea moss gaze on hers intensely. "Stop, Mila. I see what you're doing to yourself. Stop it." A cool breeze blew, carrying his scent. Mila inhaled, the sweet and spicy combination of his cologne and sweat, unfurling a taut string of passion deep inside of her. Her lips parted. Sergio bent down, closer, pausing as that long-awaited question passed from her to him. "Is this okay?" Consumed with desire so potent she felt entranced, she nodded. His strong hand slipped behind her head, cupping her neck as he pulled her closer to him. Having danced with him so many times over the last few weeks, she knew before their lips even met that he was going to spoil her for all others. "You're sure you're ready to put the past behind us?" He whispered. What past? The only thing Mila could think about was his lips on her aching mouth. She pressed her hand against his firm chest to steady herself, and a smile curled her lips as she remembered their first touch. Even then, on some level, she'd known that this is what she wanted. He brushed his lips close to her ear and spoke again, so close this time. His whispered breath tickled the soft skin of her lobe. I said, "Are you ready to put the past behind us?" Almost. Her tone was playful but deadly. "Who was that woman you were dancing with last night?" Sergio laughed. "Marcia. Other than being the reporter who made us famous island-wide? She's the wife of the musician playing last night." Oh. Mila dipped her head. Sergio caught her chin with his finger again, lifted it, and held her gaze, his green eyes ablaze with passion. "Mila, since we met, I've tried to fight it, but you are the only woman on my mind. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be like that for a long, long time. I think I'm in love with you." Mila swayed ever so slightly, and she felt Sergio's left hand press firmly against the small of her back. Sergio's declaration took her breath away. Never would she have been brave enough to admit to herself how badly she'd wanted to hear those words from him. Now that she had, she was practically speechless. She knew it was inadequate, but it was all she could say. "I'm ready." Sergio paused, then dipped his lips to hers, kissing hungrily, shamelessly. Passion exploded throughout Mila's body, leaving her feeling weightless, making his moss-green eyes flash to a rich emerald, amplifying the intoxicating smell of his cologne. Their lips fit together perfectly, as though they were made for each other. He kissed her again and again until her lips and her core were swollen with powerful longing. He grunted, long and deep, like a wounded animal before pulling away for good. "We have work," he said, his voice gravelly with need. Mila's neck was liquid, her forehead dipped against his lips. "Sometimes adulting sucks," she said. "Yes, it does. And that can be a good thing. Maybe tonight after work, I can show you." He arched an eyebrow suggestively, and she laughed. "We'll have to see about that," she said. That kiss had changed everything, but more than the kiss, Sergio's declaration of love had rocked Mila's world. Why hadn't she said it back? She buried her head in her hands. Those words just didn't come easily for her. She'd spent most of her life afraid, and either loving too hard like she did with her sisters, or keeping people at a distance, like she did with men. Mila sighed. The truth was, she grappled with her own fears of abandonment. Head bent low in concentration, she nearly jumped out of her chair when Layla, her secretary, knocked on the door. "Mila, Croix just said he wants you in office ASAP." She groaned. Recently, she'd run into documentation suggesting the landfill would be privately owned rather than owned by the government. She'd brought the information to Cross's attention, and he was none too happy about the complication. This was the kind of development that could undermine the whole project. Legally, taking of property wasn't permissible if the land was going from one private party to another private party. Mila suspected Croix was ready to finish the conversation they'd started days ago. "Have a seat," he said, when she entered his office. His features were drawn. Whatever he had to say wasn't going to be good. "Sir?" Yesterday, opposing counsel filed this addendum to their motion to dismiss. Croix slid a small stack of papers across his desk. Mila picked them up and thumbed through them, wondering if she should attach any significance to the fact that he seemed to have waited to share this. Most case filings went directly to her, immediately. Mila's eyes almost popped out of her head when she reached the last page. "How is this possible?" she asked incredulously. The motion contained the very same documents she discovered the other day. To her knowledge, only she, her boss, and the clerk in property records, the agency responsible for such documents, knew this existed. Not that they had any intention of hiding it, but Croix wanted to investigate thoroughly before handing the information over to the other side, as required by the court rules. Croix steepled his fingers beneath his nose and rested his chin on them. "That's what I would like to know. For my part, I can say with absolute certainty that my copies of the documents didn't leave the office. But I understand you work from home quite often after leaving the office." The skin on the back of Mila's neck prickled icily. "Are you accusing me of somehow leaking these to Attorney Reed?" "Of course not. But you do live in the same house as one of the leading opponents of the project." Mila's stomach flipped. "Sergio? We live in the same building, not house. Completely separate units with completely separate entrances. Besides, he wouldn't do this. Wouldn't he?" Croix glowered at her and Mila held his angry gaze. "No, he wouldn't. I thought you would say that. A pity you seem to have a hard time telling who your friends are." Confused, Mila watched him press the speaker call button on his phone. The receptionist's voice answered. "Alma, please tell the young woman in the waiting area to come back to my office." A few seconds later, a shy 20-something stepped into the office. "Lisa, this is Attorney St. James." "Attorney St. James, Lisa," Croix said, nodding for Lisa to sit in the chair next to Mila. The women exchanged greetings and then looked at Croix expectantly. "Lisa is part of the activist group Sergio belongs to. Go on, tell Attorney St. James what you told me earlier." Lisa cleared her throat. "The plan was for him to get close to you in order to seduce you into sabotaging the project." Mila snorted. "That makes no sense. I don't wield that kind of power. There's no way I could stop the project, even if I wanted to." Lisa shrugged, her attention now singularly focused on the chipped nails of her fingers, the edges of which were darkened with what looked like dirt. A wave of pity washed over Mila. The girl was unnaturally thin, and something about her seemed off. Her gaze dropped to the girl's middle, thicker than the rest of her body, disproportionately so. "How did you hear about this plan, Lisa?" "My boyfriend told me." Lisa's nose was a bit stuffed up. "Where's your boyfriend now, Lisa?" A single tear crawled down Lisa's cheek. "He's in jail." Watching the girl pick her nails, Mila realized what was off about her. "How far along are you?" Mila asked tenderly. The girl looked up, a mixture of fear and happiness in her eyes. 5 months! "Congratulations," Mila said, reaching over and grasping the girl's hand. Mila made a mental note to get Lisa's last name. After this was all said and done, she wanted to check in with her and make sure she was connected to some of the island's resources for new mothers. "Thank you," Lisa said, her voice barely a whisper. "I don't have any more questions," she said, letting go of Lisa's hand. "I suppose there isn't much to say after that, is there now?" Croix waved his hand to Lisa. "Thanks for coming in. We'll be in touch." Lisa stood. "What about, we'll be in touch?" "Close the door behind you, please," Croix instructed. If Mila had any doubts about what was going on, the last interrupted question extinguished them. She wants her boyfriend out of jail in time for the baby's birth. She'll say anything to make that happen. She has no idea what she's talking about, Mila said once Lisa left the room. "Doesn't she? Gomez's aunt is your landlord, correct?" "Correct," Mila agreed. "And he didn't have keys to your property?" Mila remembered the storm and the extra key copies Sergio made when she'd locked herself out. Snatches of this morning's conversation came to her as well. He'd talked about forgiveness and doing what was necessary to take care of one's family. It was possible he'd been saying those things because he'd used her to help his family. That would explain why he was so quick to forgive her, his own guilty conscience. The concept of forgiveness always challenged Mila to the point where she was skeptical when others offered it freely. Hadn't her inability to forgive her own father ultimately driven her to this very seat? Shame over the lapse in judgment that led to her parents' death prompted her to want to become a high-ranking prosecutor. She couldn't fix what her father had done or bring back the man her father had killed. But she could be part of the entity who dealt with those who made the same mistakes. Or so she had thought. These last few months with Sergio, the storm especially, had taught Mila that being a supercilious prig who refused to forgive anyone also kept everyone at a distance. And that real life wasn't meant to be lived at a distance. It was meant to be lived chest to chest, the drumbeat of your own soul guiding your steps. He'd taught her that. Taught her to see the beauty in life's chaos, to understand that, as we navigate life's chaos, often blindly, we all make mistakes. Which is why we must learn to forgive ourselves and others. She also finally realized what Sergio had given her that day he told her the story of the baobab tree. A seed had taken root. It was the seed of hope, rooted in love. There may have been some truth in Lisa's words. Maybe Mila and Sergio did start off as some sort of ruse. How often in life did relationships start with an agenda? Sergio wasn't perfect, and neither was she. But the way they inspired each other was as close to the sublime as she'd ever come. And the honesty in his eyes when he told her he loved her was unmistakable. Sergio isn't your leak, and neither am I. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. I have work to do. To his credit, Croix didn't try to stop her as she marched out of his office. Perhaps it was because he recognized a woman who wouldn't be stopped. Or perhaps it was because he was smart enough to recognize a woman who shouldn't be stopped. Back at her desk, the red light blinked on Mila's phone, alerting her to a new message. She picked up the receiver and entered the voicemail code. "Afternoon, Attorney St. James. This is Sergeant Lawson. I just wanted to thank you. With your help, we have a suspect in custody on that property damage case." Mila pressed her fingers to her lips, hung up the phone, and quickly dialed the sergeant. Lawson answered on the first ring. "Who?" Lawson laughed. "Guess you don't read the papers or listen to the radio." "You just called," The name's already been released? News like this doesn't keep, especially not with Marcia Gibbs sniffing around. We just arrested Judge Green's son. What? He gave a full confession. For a judge's son? He wasn't too bright. Our team combed through his social media account and confronted him with pictures of him in the shirt he wore the night of the incident. Or maybe he's just arrogant, Mila offered. Maybe so. We also had video of him buying the mallet 2 days before the incident. The kicker was that we found oil and glass in his shoes. He gave a full confession to the property damage and to breaking into his father's study to leak documents from the file. Did he say why? Sergeant Lawson laughed dryly. Attorney, other than the companies who are going to profit, there's hardly anyone on the island who supports this project. Normally, Mila didn't put that much stock in the opinions of the masses. The masses had a long history of getting it wrong, but Sergio's constant proselytizing had her viewing this situation anew. And after seeing Sergio's machine, she couldn't help but think there might be a better solution. As soon as she and Sergeant Lawson hung up, she called engineer Jim Wright and ran her idea by him. Chapter 23. Sergio. Sergio threw his line into the sand and pushed his skiff into the water, hopping in, Pig on his shoulder, once his boat was free-floating. He let the waves carry them about 15 feet from shore, where the bottom dropped at least 3 feet, before yanking his motor's pull to life. The little engine roared and smoked, and Pig waddle-hopped from the bench beside him onto the hull's base as the boat lurched forward. They were off, leaving a gentle wake behind them. The palm-studded shore and sandy beach in front of the house grew more distant with each second, until they were so far out he could see the verdant mountains on both sides of the island, and the houses looked like matchboxes. It was a beautiful view, especially under today's clear blue sky. He rarely went out in the afternoon, but this morning with Mila left him wanting to do something special for her after tonight's show. They talked about Caribbean lobster. It was time that he show her with a late-night candle-lit dinner on the beach. Plus, tomorrow morning's weather forecast had changed, calling for storms. With the weekend approaching and crowds likely to pick up as a result of this Friday's jump-up, it would do the restaurant some good to have a few extra fish on hand. Angling his boat around a coral outcropping, he headed into the wind, with his back toward Buck Island. The coral grottos surrounding the smaller island off of St. Croix's shore were a protected marine area, so he always tried to steer clear. One thing he loved about his island was how well the ocean provided. You didn't need to go more than a mile or two offshore to get lucky. Pig started to flap his wings and cluck as they approached the northwestern tip of St. Croix. Sergio slowed the boat's engine. Waves lapped the shallow hull. They were high today, but he'd seen much worse. The bird perched on the bow and peered into the water silently. Sergio allowed the boat to glide forward another 400 yards. Pig crowed loudly. This the treasure spot? Pig flapped his stubby wings. Okay, we'll drop here. Sergio threw his anchor overboard. The 50-foot line attached to 4 sand-filled milk gallons sank down into the ocean, landing on the floor 25 feet below. Choppier waters kept most of the commercial fishing charters away from these parts. Less competition meant more fish. Sergio baited his lines and watched a pair of pelicans circle overhead, a sure sign fish were underwater. He told people he brought Pig on account of his ability to find the schools. While that was true, it was only part of the reason. The rooster was good company. In the distance, a school of dolphins swam past, breaching the water playfully. One in particular was rambunctious, twisting and turning in the air, over and over again. Watching made Sergio smile, but Pig almost danced with curiosity as his beady eyes took in the majestic mammals. Sergio sipped from his jug of bush tea and waited for the school to pass. Then waited 10 minutes longer. The last thing he wanted was to draw dolphins. Once he was certain they'd cleared the area, Sergio chummed the waters, using a homemade block made from pilchards he'd netted earlier that morning. Store-bought never attracted as many fish as the version he ground using local fish. Attaching dried shrimp, Sergio cast his first line, landing nothing. The same held true for the second line. His third caught something powerful enough to drag the boat, as Sergio gripped his rod and dug his bare feet into the metal hull to counterbalance the fish's weight with his own. Like any living creature, the animal's self-preservation instincts were strong. It fought hard, but Sergio held fast. Between the sun and the exertion, sweat dripped down his forehead. His hands grew slick. He tightened his fingers around the rod. After a few tense minutes, Sergio could tell the fish was reaching its breaking strength, growing tired, its resistance weakening until finally Sergio was able to drag it in. In the first hour, Sergio pulled in enough snapper, yellowfin tuna, mahi, and wahoo to cover the restaurant for the next 2 days. If they ran out, he'd have to buy extra at the market come Saturday morning. Sergio peered down into the clear water. Rock formations on the bottom looked like good lobster spots. Some fishermen placed night nets for their lobsters, but that caught sea turtles, some of which were going extinct. So, Sergio stuck to his diving. 2, 3, if he was lucky, would be enough for dinner tonight. He pulled his boat far enough from the chum to ensure no sharks would mistake him for their nightly meal, then reset his anchor. Glancing over his shoulder, he checked the sun. Halfway between meridian and set, he had a good 3 hours before the sky turned pitch black. He planned to head back in far sooner than that to get dipped for tonight's show. Smiling, he turned to his friend. "You guard the catch. Make sure these waterbirds don't get any bright ideas, pig." Sergio grabbed his metal lobster lasso, fixed it to his waist, and slung a pair of goggles around his neck. Careful not to rock the boat with his shifting weight, he slipped over the side of the boat into the ocean. The water was much cooler, this far out, but it still felt invigorating against his sun-warmed skin. Swimming before he started walking, Sergio had no fear of the water, but he knew better than to take his safety for granted, maintaining a healthy respect for its power and a constant eye on his anchor line. Sergio fixed his goggles to his eyes and gulped a huge breath of air before disappearing into the water. Locating his first lobster in a crevice of coral, Sergio lassoed it quickly and swam back up to the surface where he kept a cage tied to the side of his boat. On his second trip down, a sandstorm roared through, blasting his exposed skin with thousands of tiny grains of sand, leaving his arms and legs as raw as if he'd rolled in glass shards. Pressure slammed him into the ocean's bottom and dragged him along the ocean floor until the momentum slowed enough for him to get his footing. He lost the lobster lasso. Thankfully, his goggles remained intact, but clouds of sand wiped out his visibility. A wave must have crashed above. From the somersaulting he'd just done, it was a big one. Air spent and no longer able to see anything around him, including his line. Sergio rushed to the surface to orient himself. When he broke, coughing and sputtering, lungs burning, the real panic struck. Sergio whirled around in a circle. His boat was nowhere to be found. A second wave came, lifting him about 4 feet. He glimpsed something blue about 100 yards away, his cooler bobbing on the water. Pig stood on the smooth plastic top. Giving his claws no purchase, he waddled unsteadily from side to side like an injured surfer. The boat must have gotten caught in a large wave and capsized. It shouldn't have gone under that quickly, though. He didn't call out, lest the bird try to swim toward him. But he bit his lip and dove under the water, sending the bird a mental telegram as he did. "Hold on, buddy. I'm coming for you." Chapter 24. Sergio. Darkness descended quickly, enveloping them both like the black hand of death. Sergio had reached Pig, but getting there put him further from shore. Slicing through the water in a breaststroke with Pig on his back, he was never more happy for the animal's company. He'd anchored off of a remote part of the island. As he swam closer to shore, no houses meant no lights. Rocky outcroppings were part of the reason no islanders built out this way. Sergio faced two options. Try to navigate the razor-sharp rocks in the inky blackness, propelled by powerful waves, or swim farther east toward the bioluminescent bay, where the waters would begin to light his way to shore. Strong winds pushed the tide and Sergio further from land. For every 10 yards he advanced, a wave would come and wash him back too. His skin felt like it had been covered with hot grease and set on fire. Salt water continued to sting the small open wounds left by the sand. He counted their fiery burns as a blessing, because as soon as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the water got a whole lot colder. Sergio was struggling. His muscular arms felt like rubber, and that old knee injury from his soccer days kept him wondering if a shark had snuck up and chomped him from the knee down. Night swimming was dangerous. Apart from not even being able to see his own hands, fear of predators dogged him with every breath. He pulled and kicked through the water. If anything came for him, he'd put up a hell of a fight. Mila section. Mila sat in the sand, knees pulled to her chest, tears streaking her cheeks, Sandy and Rudy at her side. Each crashing wave heightened her fear. The water's power, normally awe-inspiring, now seemed mocking. Sandy wrapped her arm around Mila's shoulders. Sergio's a world-class athlete, Mila. He'll make it back. The water is full of sharks, barracudas, and stingrays. No man is any match for that. Swimming without his boat in these waters? She couldn't finish the thought, let alone the sentence. Behind her, Sergio's band members beat their drums around a raging bonfire they'd made using leftover storm debris. 20-foot flames licked the air, and sparks blew on the wind. This crackling fire was one of many. Sergio's friends and family had sent word around the island to light them up in the more remote areas to act as beacons marking the dark shore. One by one, Mila saw the orange lights appear. They'd come out because they loved him, because he was one of their own, because they would have even if he were a stranger. A fleet of local boats had set off to aid the Coast Guard, fishermen and leisure cruisers. Almost anyone who had a boat had gone out. Some had already returned. It had been over 3 hours since Sergio's boat was spotted. Attorney Croix had come, too, as soon as he heard the news, offering apologies and doing his best to move things along by making regular calls to his inside channels for information. So far, the authorities had no reports. Mila did the math. Sergio's boat was spotted 2 miles offshore. Even accounting for drift, he probably wasn't more than 3 miles offshore when his boat capsized. The average person could swim 2 ocean miles in an hour. Nothing about Sergio was average, even nursing an old soccer wound. He should have been there 2 hours ago. "This is my fault," Mila said. "He told me he loved me and I didn't say it back." "And?" Sandy asked. "Maybe if I'd said it, he wouldn't have gone out to get lobster. He wouldn't have felt like he had to prove himself. The man had grown up trying to prove himself worthy of a woman's love. The last thing he needed was for her to withhold her feelings from him. Oh, child, don't you dare take this one. It won't do anyone any good." Sandy squeezed her tighter. Mila knew she was right. Sometimes accidents happened, and it wasn't anyone's fault. Even if there was some blame to be allocated. What good did it do? Mila patted her friend's knee and stood. She took a few steps to the water. Eyeing waves she knew had to be pushing against him, challenging all of Sergio's strength. She swallowed and wrapped her arms around herself. "Come on, Sergio. Don't give up. Remember, you're stronger than you think." Chapter 25. Sergio. Pig crowed somewhere in the distance. Consciousness came in slow laps, in and out, like the morning tide. Sergio blinked his heavy lids. Was it time to fish? Rolling his neck to the side, he opened his eyes slowly and realized he was on his back in the sand, his body immersed in water from the waist down. In a flash, the last hour came back to him. He'd been exhausted from swimming when he spotted a fire. Land. He'd sensed he'd been swimming toward it, but the small, lighted blessing helped orient him in the darkness. He was closer than he thought, but still a good mile out. With the pre-storm waves, he'd spent hours basically swimming in place. When a staggered chain of fires emerged across the island's edge, he knew they'd been lit for him. He wasn't alone out there fighting the most challenging battle he'd ever endured. He had people rooting for him, willing him to win. At one of those fires, Mila and his family waited. Tears sprang to his eyes as the realization gave him a boost of confidence and energy he needed for his victory lap, just when the mounting waves were depleting his stores. "You see that, pig? We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it," he'd said. Heartened, he increased the intensity of his strokes, thrusting his hands into the water and swishing his feet at double speed. One of the hardest parts about swimming in the dark was anticipating the waves. In the daylight, one relied heavily on their eyes to alert them to an incoming wall of water. In the dark, one had only their sense of the water's rhythm, its sound, and its feel. For the first 2 hours, Sergio had been able to anticipate several large waves, body surfing them without losing Pig. He didn't hear the bomb wave until it was too late. It roared as it came crashing down on his head, thrashing him and Pig into a mountain of coral protruding from the ocean. Everything after that moment had vanished from his memory. By some miracle, the tide must have carried them here. Moving his elbow to his side, he tried to lean on it and sit up in the sand. Pain shot down from his head to his neck, loosening a loud moan from his throat. He grazed his forehead with the tips of his fingers and found a lump. Clearly, that part had hit the coral. Pig crowed again, and the familiar sound made Sergio chuckle. Maybe he should have named the rooster Cat instead, 'cause it looked like he had a couple of lives in him. How the animal had made it back to shore would forever remain one of Sergio's greatest mysteries. "Pig, Venica," he croaked, doubtful the answer would be able to hear his broken call. "I heard someone over there." A voice came from up at the beach and lifted Sergio's spirits even more than finding himself washed ashore had done. He breathed deeply, gathering his strength. "Here," he tried to call more loudly, but his throat felt like he'd swallowed sand, and no doubt he probably had. Footsteps thudded down the beach in his direction, and Sergio chanced a smile. Had they heard him? Seconds later, 6 pairs of hands were dragging him the rest of the way out of the water. "Jaw is good," one of the men said. "All the time," another replied. "Drink this." The third one shoved a bottle of Cruzan rum towards Sergio's lips. "It'll make you feel like this was all just a wild dream." Fire and drums filled the night air. Sergio climbed down from the bed of the pickup truck, grateful to be able to stand on his own 2 feet. He wasn't sure if it was his or Pig's, but a guardian angel had looked out for them. He stretched his arms out before him, his Poseidon tattoo flexing. Maybe it was that. "Looks like this is where the party's at tonight." "Atium," one of the men who'd ridden home with him said. Sergio smiled as he walked toward the crowd of people. Of the sea of bodies, one stood out. Mila section. Mila turned at the sound of a rooster crowing. It couldn't be. Could it? The rooster crowed again, and she knew that it was. A figure emerged from the shadows near the house. She broke into a run through the sand, every muscle in her body tingling with excitement. Finally, she reached him, wrapping her arms around his neck as she reveled in the feel of his arms around her, his chest to hers. For a moment, they just held one another, inhaling each other's scents, glorying in the fact that they were alive and together. At some point, she noticed they were spinning in a circle, slowly, dancing. They were only able to enjoy each other for a moment, though. The music switched from a somber, soulful beat to one that was lighter and more celebratory. Quickly, a crowd surrounded them. She recognized many of the faces from the courtroom the day of the hearing. Others she'd seen at the post office, the Ital restaurant, and around the island. All of them were smiling, the warmth of the fire and the warmth of their hearts reflected in their eyes. She would have to share Sergio, at least for a little while. She didn't mind because through Sergio she'd been connected to all of them. Tia Yolanda stepped toward him, and Mila stepped back, smiling as the woman covered his neck in tears of joy. His cousin, Nessa, was quick to follow. Soon, a massive layer of people surrounded him, and she stood shoulder to shoulder with them all. An hour later, he came to join her in a patch of sand where she sat watching the waves. Lacing her fingers through his, she leaned her head against his bicep. "Are you tired?" she asked. "You must be exhausted." "I am, but I don't want to sleep. One thing a near-death experience teaches you is the importance of living every moment to its fullest." Mila smiled. Dropping bass into her voice and mimicking his island accent, she repeated something he'd said to her before. "But good sleep is important." Laughing, he dipped his head and planted a kiss on her temple. "It is. It's one of the things that tells you we found our peace." She smiled. Her first peaceful night of sleep in years had come under his roof. She looked up at him. His eyes had gone serious. "A penny for your thoughts?" she asked. He looked up at the starlit sky. "While I was out there, I lost consciousness. Somehow Pig and I both ended up making it to shore." He picked up a handful of sand, and they were both silent for a moment as they watched the grain slip through his fingers. "You know that sign I told you about? With my mother? I thought maybe my safe arrival on shore was it. So I called the number my aunt gave me. The lady who answered told me that my mother died earlier tonight." "Oh God. Sergio. I'm so sorry." She put her hand on his cheek and pulled him closer to her. "What can I do?" He put his hand on hers. "There's no need to be sorry. I think she found a way to say her goodbye." He looked out the water. "Maybe," she said, as she squeezed his hand. If she'd learned anything from this island and from this man, it was about the power that comes when you lean into human connection, into those invisible hands that carry. "I feel at peace. My mother lived her life, and I have to live mine, without fear, without regret. Hopefully with you." Mila smiled as she leaned closer to him, whispering the words she'd wished she'd said earlier that day. "I would like that very much, Sergio. I love you." Epilogue. Mila. Mila snuggled deeper into the corner of Sydney's love seat and stretched her sock-covered feet closer to the crackling fire as fresh snow fell outside. In the kitchen of the log cabin, Sergio stopped singing along to Mariah Carey's "All I Want for Christmas Is You." "Hey, statesider. Am I supposed to put the marshmallows in the hot cocoa or on the side?" Her twin Zoe leaned in from her spot next to Sydney and Devon on the other couch. "Sis, why does he call you statesider?" Mila laughed. That's a long story. Put it this way. If you ever hear him call me Mila, you know it's something serious." She put her arm over the back of the couch and called back to Sergio. "Are you sure you don't want me to handle that?" No. I told you. I got this. Cógelo suave. Just take it easy. And enjoy the tree." Giggling from the other side of the fire made her look up at her sisters. "My man says he's got it. I take his word for it and enjoy the tree." It was beautiful, filling the air with the aroma of evergreen. She and Sergio, along with Devon, Sydney, and Zoe, had spent half the afternoon stringing ornaments from its branches. It was a fallen spruce they'd found in the middle of the forest. Sydney refused to allow them to chop one down, and they'd all nearly frozen to death looking for a tree that had volunteered itself for their Christmas pleasure. Just before their noses all turned the color of Rudolph's, they spotted one. "I can't believe he's never seen snow before. He and Devon's snowball fight was so adorable," Zoe said. Mila smiled. She'd thought so too. In fact, there wasn't much about this amazing man she didn't find attractive. And in the last few months, those feelings had only grown. They discovered they got along swimmingly. Once things settled down after his near drowning. she was able to give Sergio the good news she'd wanted to give him that night. On Jim Wright's recommendation, the governor agreed to commission Sergio to make a large version of his machine, instead of seizing the land for the fill. Learning that the judge's son, who happened to be the governor's cousin, was responsible for the property, destruction finally got him to listen to what the island had been saying all along. Together, Sergio and Mila had gotten his company up and running. Other islands were interested as well. Okay, moment of truth. The group looked up at Sergio, who was walking from the kitchen carrying a red and green tray in the shape of a sled. Cocoa-scented steam wafted from a mug in the center. Sergio lowered the tray in front of her. "Thank you, my love," she said, reaching for her mug. That's when she noticed the small black box next to it. Her eyes flew from the box to Sergio's, gleaming emerald green. "What's this?" she cried excitedly. He laid the tray on the coffee table and picked up the box, then got down and opened it, slowly. A large princess-cut diamond sparkled in the middle of a silk pillow. "Mila St. James, will you marry me?" She threw her hands around his neck and took his lips with abandon. Instinctively, they began to sway, then slow dance. "Is that a yes?" Sergio asked. "Yes. Yes. 1,000,000 times. Yes." The end. Thank you for reading Mila and Sergio's story. I hope you enjoyed it. If so, feel free to leave a review with your favorite retailer. Also, if you'd like to learn more about her twin, Zoe, check out Still Life with Lobster. You can also see more of Bestie Sandy, In Love is the Treasure.